You're watching the MAC on ESPN+. Strolling into Muncie, Indiana today for a rare matchup of late between Akron and Ball State. First since 2021 between the Zips and the Cardinals on a beautiful homecoming Saturday afternoon. Low 80s for a matchup between two teams that kind of need to hit the reset button right now and have a big opportunity to do so today here in Muncie. So we bring you up inside of the booth. Jason Ross Jr. alongside Toka Jackson, our awesome ESPN crew on hand with you today here in Muncie. So Toka, we talk about hitting that reset button. Of course, moments for both of these teams that you'd rather have back through the first half of the season. Today, what does a win mean for both of these teams?
Well, it's been a roller coaster start to the conference season for Akron. So a win puts them on the upswing of that roller coaster, and for Ball State, they move one step closer with a win to bowl eligibility, something they haven't experienced around here since 2021.
Well, starting off with Akron, that side of things, Ben Finley, their QB, what does he need to do to be his best self today?
Well, he is a game manager personified with great arm talent. Don't get it twisted. You give this man time, he will carve up your defense. He needs to make sure he plays within himself, stays in that pocket, and goes through his progressions because, again, he can spin it, and that's dangerous for a defense. And on the other side, Khalil Kelly is one of the premier athletes in the MAC conference. He's played wide receiver in his past. He's played running back, but he's playing quarterback today. And as you can see, he can attack the line of scrimmage with the best of them and finish off runs with a surprising physicality. But his play and his talent will be at the forefront of everything that Ball State does. And so if you're Akron, you need to be all over number one today.
Akron won the toss, opted to defer to the second half, so Owen Wiley will come out to kick off. Eric Weatherly and TJ Horton back to return for Ball State. Again, an opportunity to hit the reset button for these two teams today with still a lot of opportunity on the line down the final half of the season. First matchup since 2021 between the Cardinals and the Zips. And Owen Wiley, the Ohio native, gets us underway. TJ Horton lets that sail over his head, so out comes the Ball State offense for the first time. You mentioned Kyle Kelly. He does a little bit of everything. Last year, you mentioned it, 79 snaps in 2024, multiple positions. This year goes back to QB, trying to now settle into that QB role, which he's still relatively young in, despite the experience as a fifth-year senior next to his name.
Well, head coach, Coach Yaramovich, told us that, yeah, he's a fifth-year senior, but as a quarterback, he's more like a redshirt freshman. I mean, he played 5 games at the quarterback position last year, but he's still learning the nuances of the position. Athletically, A-plus talent. He's learning on the job to play the position the proper way, though.
He'll run it on the opening play. Big collisions early on. Already sounds like MAC football
Yep.
down there on the opening play. Got about 3 different backs this team will rotate. Elijah Jackson, TJ Horton, Quay Ashley, Shaman Cooper making the tackle there, leading this linebacker room in tackles with 47 for Akron.
First down efficiency is going to be huge for both of these offenses, but especially for Ball State. They want to make sure that Kyle is in a position where he can have a run-pass option throughout the series as often as possible.
Tampa native throws for the first time today, and a good pass on target, however, in and out of the hands of Donovan Hamilton. Good coverage there coming over to break things up. It was Malcolm DeWalt, fifth-year senior from the state of Washington, who we talked to earlier this week. He was amped up for this game.
I'd like to see Kelly drive this ball a little bit harder. He's got a guy, but he puts the ball behind him, and it's a little too soft. That brings the defense into play. And Hamilton was open. Nice job of running that slant. And that's the misses right there. If he catches that football, it's 3rd and 2. Instead, it's 3rd and 7.
4 drops last week in the 42-0 loss to Western Michigan for this receiving corps. Kelly under pressure, rolls out. He can use his legs, trying to get the first down with him. He got close. We'll see where they mark this. Right now, it's just about at the yard to gain. They're going to call it inches short, maybe 1.5 inches here.
Well, that play broke down early because Julian Laventure, their outstanding defensive end for Akron, did a great job of pass rush. Watch number 1 pierce this pocket right off the bat. Look at that great swim move. The problem with Kelly, though, the play is just now beginning. Once it breaks down, he's at his absolute best.
All right, so talk about decision time on your own half of the 50 early on. Talk about a chance to reset. Why not go for it? trying to move their season forward, trying to push a pile forward. I don't know if they got there, Taoka. A great stand from the Akron defense. Gage Summers leading the way on the interior. They tried to stuff it with Ashley. Instead, beautiful field position for Akron to begin their opening series.
My goodness, how about the physicality at the line of scrimmage? Quay Ashley, 5'10", 191. Watch him get stymied right in the hole. That is a terrific play right there by Gage Summers, stepping into the hole and making a big hit. Now, Summers, he had a couple sacks last week, and they can play him on the ball, off the ball, or whatever, but, boy, he was there.
So now Ben Finley in this Akron offense, they find themselves with just a dream of a start thanks to their defense, handing it off to Jordan Gant there, stuffed right away by Darren Conley. No gain, 2nd and 10 coming up. You see the numbers for Finley. 3rd stop of his career. Callan, NC State prior to Akron, flips it out. His first completion is over to the far side. Might have enough for a first down here. Able to find Israel Polk. Long target, 6'1", 175, transfer from Pitt.
Big cushion on the outside with Polk, and just an easy stop route. I love the decisiveness and the firmness that Finley threw that football, though. The defense had no shot of making a play.
Finley's a competitive guy. He'll get feisty up there, barking up the signals in the shotgun. Back to the ground there, trying to get some balance going. It's a group that significantly improved in the run game from a year ago. Jordan Gant has been a key part of that. They lost a huge chunk of their offensive production in the transfer portal. But Jordan Gant, he came via the transfer portal from Tennessee State. And you see he's been excellent this year.
Man, I mean, a couple games ago, he had 160-plus yards in 2 straight games. Now, last week, not quite the same against Miami. 14 carries, 35 yards.
Goes right up the gut there after a couple of cuts. Just inside of the 20s. So this drive enters the red zone where they had an interception thrown and a missed field goal a week ago against Miami. So the red zone woes for Akron, or what they're trying to correct this week, have struggled to kick the football in general when it comes to field goal attempts.
And the good thing is, though, they are in 3rd and manageable. They better have a plan.
3rd and 5 for Finley. Pressure comes. It was picked up. End zone. Polk. Touchdown. A dream start for Akron on the road. Get the 4th down stop. Then Polk with the touchdown to cap it off.
Seemed to be some misunderstanding on the Ball State defense about somebody jumping. They were looking for a false start. The flag was never thrown. You got to keep playing. You can't get stuck trying to be an official when you're a football player. Watch the line of scrimmage. No, well, I mean, look, you got to keep playing. I have no idea what they thought they saw, but the officials didn't see it. Touchdown. Look out here now.
Again, we said they've struggled to kick the football this year, so why not try to go for 2? Flip it up. Tough catch. Oh, what a grab made to complete the 2-point conversion. Max Weisner. Style points and 8 total on the board after that quick opening series.
I like it. Listen, it's no need to try to beat your head up against a brick wall. If you can't kick it, go ahead and go for 2. As you first see the touchdown, we talked about Finley being a great dealer when he's got time, and then a 2-point conversion. Weisner goes up and makes a huge play, 8-0 Akron early.
See Joe Moorhead trying to build up this Akron program incrementally. This year coming off the 27 win over Central Michigan a couple of weeks ago, then lost to Miami. Look at this last series here, the 2-point conversion to cap it off Tioka.
Watch Michael Johnson's line up initially at tight end, let it run. Then he's going to shift in the backfield. And number 87, Wiseman, is going to move to that tight end position. Notice he's on the line. He's an eligible receiver, uncovered. Now watch 87 run basically a turnaround route. He's just boxing out the defender, and smartly Johnson puts it up in the air where only his tight end, 6'4", 245 pounds, Max Wisner, can grab it. Love the play call. Love the execution.
It was a great grab. They usually use Michael Johnson in third down scenarios. There they use him in the 2-point conversion scenario. Struggling to kick the football this season. We said it. We've already seen a little risk from both sides in a game where it's not necessarily nothing to lose. It's you want to win this and hit the reset button and move forward into the rest of the season with a lot of confidence. Ball State went for it on 4th down on their own side of the 50 on their opening drive. Didn't get it, got stuffed. But you got to love the guts early on to do it on your home field. Kelly comes back out against this Akron defense here, and then Akron trades off by, let's go for 2 and make it 8-0. Kelly will throw it behind his intended target. Keon Magwood looked like a miscommunication on the route that time.
No question about it, and they're lucky it wasn't a pick, but it should have been a touchdown. I mean, Magwood's running a streak, and Kelly's thinking he's running some sort of out route. And a lot of times when you have miscommunication that way, the ball's going the other way. If they're on the same page and Magwood is hit on that go route, it is a touchdown, folks.
Had a similar looking streak play against Ohio a couple of weeks ago. As they'll do a pitch here to Isaiah Thacker, trying to get some space out on the edge. You mentioned what could have been a long play there. Ball State wants more explosive plays. They want a better start. They're trailing once again in the opening quarter. They've trailed in the opening quarter in every game this year. Same story.
Yeah, he pushes the ball forward. It is a pass on the stat sheet, but that's basically an outside run. They're going to try to figure out how to get a running game here because it will take a lot of pressure off Kelly. And that's an example of a run game right there. But you talked about the lack of explosiveness. It's hard for an offense to go up and down the field, stringing together first downs. You've got to find a way to get the easy plays to change the formation.
Not a lot of people thought they'd win that game against Ohio 20-14 a couple of weeks ago. Go to the ground here with Quay Ashley. If they're going to get a win today, he'll be a key part of it. But down the stretch in that Ohio game with a minute left, a 43-yard dime down the field on a similar looking streak route. So they can start to find plays like that, discover more explosives. It would be big for a team that is once again finding themselves trying to play from behind.
As you get a good look at Coach Yu, the design was perfect on that first down play. It was perfect. They just didn't execute it, and that's been the difference with teams like both of these teams. The plays have been there. The execution hasn't quite.
Mike Yaremovich coming over from Butler, where he was the head coach. His alma mater is Purdue. They started the season playing against Purdue on 2nd and 3. Go to Quay Ashley, banging bodies. Looks like he has 4, needed 3, so enough for a first down.
See big number 1, Laventura, getting off that pile. You're going to see Julian Laventura getting off a lot of piles. And he is a tackle, but he is not a space eater. Even though he's big enough to be a space eater, he plays the inside tackle position like an athlete. He's going to make a ton of plays. He's coming from the backside there to make that one, but not before the first down.
Quay Ashley, they were top 5 in the MAC in all-purpose yards. Bring over Robinson in motion. Look his way, throw to him.
Double pass.
Now he's going to look to throw downfield. Wanting the tight end, he has him in Cousins inside of the 20. So some trickery on display there, and Ty Robinson going deep into his back.
Well, listen, we got 2 head coaches that aren't going to coach this game scared. And we knew that they wanted this win in a bad way. But once you get the run game going just a little bit, and in this situation, it's actually a double pass out of bubble screens. Nice job of execution. I love the pass, and that's a great call because Akron put on tape problems with the bubble screen. They were very, very aggressive when they showed it. Good job of play calling and execution in that situation.
It's a gain of 37 there to set up inside of the red zone. See the explosive plays Akron has given up. That was the first one as TJ Horton gets dragged down. Devon Frazier on the tackle, the redshirt freshman from Kentucky.
A little Cam Cheatham action as well, and others. But that's a great job of setting the edge by Summers.
3 yards, second down and 13.
Big TFL there, getting this team. And let's see, I'm very curious to see how Kelly and company respond here. First play in this drive really gets them off schedule. TFL, can they overcome it?
Opportunity to answer back on their second series. Kelly at the sidearm sling that, able to get it to Eric Weatherly. He gets knocked out of bounds, but a good chunk there to set up third and manageable. And a good improvisation from Kelly.
Yeah, that was slick, wasn't it?
It was.
He is,
going deep into the bag.
his confidence goes up when he's on the move. Now, he fakes the run there, turns around, supposed to be a bootleg. Now the defender's right in his face. Look at that slick move. His dad would be very proud of sidearming that. Looked like a pitcher, didn't he?
Dad Kenny played for Miami, football and baseball, so he knows all the arm pockets to throw out of. Nice dart over the middle, caught in the crossing route. This should be enough. Set up first and goal.
So right now the confidence of Kyle Kelly is starting to rise and rise quickly. You're seeing now pinpoint accuracy that you didn't see in the first set of downs. Once you get him lathered up now, he's starting to feel confident. And these throws are quick throws. When you have an athlete like this, you don't want to spend a lot of time designing a whole bunch of stuff. You want to give him 1 or 2 reads, and if he doesn't have it, tuck it and run, and that's what you're seeing right now.
Donovan Hamilton from nearby Fishers, Indiana with the grab there. And a nice drive brewing here for Kelly in the offense. He'll keep it. Looked like a design for him. And then gets bottled up in the midst of the white jerseys on first and goal. You noticing any tempo on that opening series? Maybe not right now in this particular moment, but you get down. We thought that might happen. Find the rhythm by way of it.
It did seem like they're playing a little quicker, right? And they talked about they might do that because that quickness of tempo gets your offense and especially your quarterback in a little bit better rhythm. And think about it as a fan, you see a lot of teams play terrible offense. Then when they get in a 2-minute situation, they start moving faster and things start happening better because you start simplifying the reads for the quarterback. Not a lot of thinking when you're moving quick.
Brings up second and goal from the 7. Quick flag came out. Great coverage downfield, and we'll see what this flag is for. First of the afternoon. Referee Andy Special.
You called it, though. Great coverage downfield.
Offside, defense, number 10. Half distance to the goal, second down.
Well, that's something you don't normally see, Jason. Akron is the best in the MAC and 9th in the country at not having penalties. They are one of the least penalized teams in all of college football, so that's just something you don't see very often, and that's the type of one, though, that's unforced. There's no reason to jump in that situation. It was not a hard count.
Now from the 5, quick burst into the end zone and a quick answer back for Kelly with his feet this time.
Do your dance, young man. We talked about his ability to attack the line of scrimmage, and he does it 3 ways. It's the design quarterback runs, whether that's inside or outside, and then also on the scramble situation. But this is inside power. That's quarterback power hitting downhill in the A-gap right now. And you feel very confident with him running that football. You saw it in the open. He's got some physicality to him as well. Didn't need it there, though.
Stumbaugh splits the extra point. 6:13 to go in the opening quarter. They got stymied on 4th and 1 in the opening series. Why not pull out the trickery on the second series? Tyler Robinson with the throw, Cassins with the catch. Then they cap it off with the Kelly touchdown. So both of these teams playing early like they need it and want it and have to have it. Seen some trickery, some risky decisions. Both sides on the board so far. Ball State opting not to try to go for two and tie things up. 8-7 start here. Jason Ross Jr., Tioga Jackson. Kyle Kelly impressive on that last drive. Finding more and more of a rhythm, going back to quarterback this year. Played receiver last year, running back, you name it, he probably did it over the course of 79 total snaps. And this year, they kind of had to re-recruit him. So Coach Uremovich, who you see there, his first year as head coach of Ball State, went down to Florida, met with him and his family. He opted to come back, and Kelly now back in the quarterback position. Now Akron going to come back out here with Ben Finley. They had a short field to work with on their opening series. Had to go just 25 yards, few plays to do it.
It's complimentary football, though.
Yep.
We do a lot of games. We've seen a lot of teams not be able to pay that off or maybe just get a field goal, but that was outstanding the way they paid it off. And then took some onions to go for two for no reason at all, right?
Right.
We saw that go the other way last week.
10 plays, 75 yards conversely for Ball State on their last drive. Finley back to work with a good pocket again. Deep throw again. Once poke off his fingertips. Had him in the end zone on the last drive and took a shot early there.
I think Polk misjudged that ball. I think he started to slow down to try to box out the defender instead of running through that throw. This is an excellent throw by Finley. Look, the pocket is great. Now watch him slow down and start to reach back a little bit. Can't see from an angle. But you can see from up here, he slowed down just a tad, thinking he was going to have to. That right there, don't reach. There's no need for that. Just run through. Keep your eyes on the ball. Run through it. Make that catch.
2nd and 10. They roll out again. The offensive lineman actually had to bat that down. There's a flag on the play. Inadvertently went off the hand of an Akron O-lineman.
Yeah.
Stemler scooped it up.
Ineligible receiver, number 56, illegally downfield. Penalty is declined. 3rd down.
So that offensive lineman downfield ended up resulting in that call.
So that brings up a 3rd and 10. And in this situation, you got to keep an eye at the top of your screen, or bottom of your screen, excuse me. Number 44, right in the middle of it, really. Number 44, Nathan Voris. Let's take a look at him. He's an outstanding pass rusher.
Finley looked one way, then the other, progressing through his reads. Now under pressure, goes to Kyan Mason, who stripped down promptly over on the sideline.
And that's a situation where that penalty puts the entire offense off schedule. So now, if you're Ball State, you can play coverage. You can play zone behind and allow this outstanding pass rush to affect and move Finley. And that's what you saw right there. Didn't get him on the ground. First, the bull rush, punches the pocket. Here comes the wrapper. And he's just got to get rid of it. That's what tight coverage in zone and a pass rush does for you.
JoJo Lewis with the tackle there. Now he'll go back to return this punt. High spiraling punt. Going to drift Lewis back. Opts to try to return it and gets up to about the 27-yard line.
So that last series, I like how Kyle Kelly got hot. And it started with some easy throws. You recall he had a push forward sweep. That's a pass. Some easy throws on the outside. Gets a guy lathered up, a couple runs. They were able to be efficient with the tailback run game. I mean, this is a quarterback who only threw for 68 yards last week, right? So you want to give him some confidence and help him remember who he is and what he's capable of doing.
See the numbers already on the brink of surpassing them from last week against Western Michigan. That was a tough week for this Ball State group, 42-0. Beat Ohio 20-14 the prior week. They had 3 straight games decided by 6 points or less during the course of that streak. As we know in the MAC, these games tend to be tight. Only 1 point separating these two squads early. Both teams kind of implementing their own styles See last Saturday against Western, a really good Bronco football team that's starting to separate themselves a bit in this league. Kelly will drop back again. His throw is looking more and more confident. Has Magwood, who has some yards after the catch to just creep inside of Akron territory. They'll actually mark this at the 49. So still barely on their side of the 50, but a gain of 17.
Yeah, that's an excellent throw. Watch Magwood with this route. Just running a bench route. Just an out route, 15 yards down. The ball is on time and on target. Keon Magwood, whose cousin I played with, Kajana Carter, one of the great all-time players in Penn State football history. I'm sure he's tuning in watching his cousin work.
Magwood's always putting in extra reps, whether it's returning punts, taking passes off the jug. His QB Kelly in trouble. Ultimately goes down by Cyrus Durham, one of the top sack guys on this Akron D-line.
That's a sack in consecutive games now. He got a sack last week and comes back and get another one. But as you see, Kelly is not an easy quarterback to tackle, and so it takes all of your defenders to keep coming. Got multiple guys free, and he's going to extend and work hard. But it's hard to get away from a tackle from a Cyrus Durham. You're going to wrap up like that. Beautiful job of tackling, get him on the ground. Now that's the play that gets them off schedule. They got off schedule on the last series. They off schedule again. Can they overcome it again?
I'll give it to Kelly to just try to get some of that yardage back, but he didn't get much of it. So they're going to be third and very long coming up.
Yeah, this is a big play for the Akron defense. You have set yourself up now to get off the field. Very important that you, A, keep Kelly inside the pocket and don't allow him to extend plays and create a second play after the first one. And B, be where you're supposed to be in your coverage. If the ball's caught in front of you, I expect it to be zone coverage. The ball's caught in front of you, come up and make a tackle. Long play call here.
Quick flags coming out prior to the third down snap.
Yeah, they're going to get Tristan Cook for a false start.
False start. Offense, number 70. 5-yard penalty, third down.
We talked about how few penalties these guys have, right? I mean, both of these teams don't give up a lot of penalties. Well, this is one of those penalties where they say it's a pre-snap and is inexcusable. You're on offense at home. There's no reason for you to ever move. You know the snap count. As you can see, Coach Yu is not very happy.
Kelly steps way up here. Now he'll use his legs to try to get this back. Oh, we got to see him open up, and he gets the first down. On 3rd and 18. That is the dynamic nature of Kyle Kelly, why he's played running back in the past, why he's played receiver in the past. And he picks up 33 yards there.
And that's another reason why Coach Tibesar, the defensive coordinator, compares him to the great Jackson out of Louisville, and now with the Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson. Look at these moves, but this is all on the defensive line, Jason. You cannot rush the passer, get out of your pass rush lanes, and allow the middle of the pocket to open up for an athlete like that. He will crease you in a heartbeat.
6 carries for 39 yards. You see those broken tackles leads all FBS QBs. His running back, Quay Ashley, met there. Ball came out at the end, but it's blown dead. 39 total rushing yards for Kelly so far, proven to be a dynamic threat. And that was
progress was stopped. Second down.
That was the main fear for defensive coordinator Tim Tibesar of Akron, is how much the extension of plays beyond design QB runs could play a role today.
Yeah, and when he compared him to Lamar Jackson, I was like, whoa, wait a minute now. Well, you just saw that right there. Long, angular, long, angular athlete that eats up ground, but the defensive line has to stay in their rush lanes and make sure there's somebody in the middle of that pocket so that he doesn't have a downhill run, because I said in the open, he will attack the line of scrimmage with the best of them.
A good pump from Kelly. Another pump. Oh, 2 pumps. Now he'll get the first down and more. He gets the touchdown. Kyle Kelly, all-star show early on to give Ball State the lead.
Okay, Kyle, now you're just showing off now. I mean, that was Lamar Jackson again. Wow. Drop back pass. Watch the middle open up for you, and then the pump fake to free you. And then once it's off to the races, no one's going to catch him, folks. We talked about him being one of the premier athletes in the MAC. I was not lying.
We just said he leads all FBS QBs in broken tackles. I wonder about guys he gets in the air on pump fakes. Wow. He's the lead all FBS QBs in that as well. 7 plays, 72 yards, 431. Most of those yards racked up by Kyle Kelly on the ground. A couple of dance moves, a couple of fakes, and Kelly on the move into the end zone. One of the great homecoming traditions here in Muncie, the bed races. Paired up with Halloween costumes, and the bed races are exactly what you think they would be. Beds on wheels, and mascots, and students, and incredible smiles on beautiful homecoming weekend here in Muncie.
I just had flashbacks from those beds. That looks like training camp beds I used to have my entire career. And it wasn't comfortable, Jason.
I want to know those beds on wheels versus Kyle Kelly right now on his wheels.
His wheels, right?
To the end zone. Sail in for another touchback. So the explosive plays for Ball State, Teoka, they're starting to rack up. It's something they were looking to get better at.
Yeah, these two teams are two of the poorest teams in getting big plays. We talked about that, and now for Ball State, they're up to 3 plays of 17 yards or more just on that drive alone. So the big plays are starting to come in droves. I like the execution. Now it's time for Finley to answer.
Third series for Finley, the 5th-year senior from Phoenix. Will hand it off to Gant, trying to cut it back, but it ran into a wall. Winding down this opening quarter that's had some entertaining plays so far. Ball State with 14 unanswered after they got stopped in their own side of the 50 on 4th and 1. Their opening drive. Here's Nathan Voorhis emerging out of the pile, a guy who comes in with 8 sacks on the season, 2nd in the FBS. Finley will drop back again, dancing on his toes, dangerously thrown through a seam and incomplete. Wanted Cameron Montero.
Not a lot of pass rush there Finley's got to make that happen. He had an open receiver. Obviously, the defender's in the area, but he's got the type of talent, arm talent, to sneak that ball in. I'm surprised he skipped that one. Third and long again, Jason. You got to have a plan for number 44, Voris, one of the top pass rushers in America. Got to give Finley some time.
Brought guys off the edge, drop off here to Kent, trying to keep his footing. Took a spill, never quite had his balance, trying to get those extra few yards he needed. And you'd think as this clock winds down in the opening quarter,
look at Akron staying on the field.
May stay on the field.
That's
you never know in this game so far. You've had a 2-point conversion try. You've had a 4th and 1 try on their own side of the 50. Have had a couple of electric touchdowns. Two teams that need a win. Off to a fun start here in Muncie. Back here, second quarter in Muncie. See time of possession heavily favoring Ball State. Akron had the quick drive starting up in the Ball State side of the 50 after the 4th and 1 miscue from Ball State. Finley was able to capitalize for Akron. Then back-to-back drives for Ball State. And Coach Uremovich leading the touchdowns by way of Kyle Kelly runs. That's the game summary so far to this point. Akron going to punt it away. Kyle Kelly awaiting his turn to come back out and try for touchdown number 3 in as many drives. A dangerous fall forward there from JoJo Lewis to pounce on that punt. Started to catch some of the wind here.
I think in that situation, that the ending of the first quarter might have made the staff of Akron think better of it, right? Because they left that offense on the field. They like they were toying with the idea of going for it.
Right.
I think talking about it during the break might have been the smartest thing, or the best thing to happen for them to make a smart decision and punt that football away.
Ball State trailed in the first quarter, as they have in every game today. You see here, worst in the FBS when it comes to first quarter scoring margin, but ultimately able to flip that. 14-8 at the end of one. Now trying to continue that theme in the second quarter, but Kelly goes down. They bought the pressure right away. That was the next question mark. How was Akron going to slow him down? They bring the pressure and get home. Easier said than done, though.
That's right, and I'm not shocked again who it is. Laventure. Watch the effort. Getting around the corner. Again, this is a guy who plays defensive tackle, but they'll move him around to edge. They'll put him on matchups. I mean, he's just an outstanding football player. Doesn't have the prototype size, is 6'1", 270, but he's the hardest worker on the football field, and wearing that #1 jersey proves that. And we'll talk about that a little bit later.
But Weatherly in motion opened up a hole there for the run from Horton. Gets out to about the 40-yard line. The redshirt sophomore, really hard runner from Lexington, Kentucky. It's now third and
Officials timeout for a defensive injury.
Injured player here. Looks like Alex Branch down. At his first MAC stop was at Kent State. One of their top tacklers, though, 31 of the season, entering today. We'll go to break. Hope the Branch is okay. 3rd and 5 coming up on the other side. Back here, 3rd and 5 coming up. Looks like Alex Branch had a shoulder collision with Eric Weatherly. Did get off the field, so hope that he can come back into this game. Really key part of that secondary at nickel for Akron. Meanwhile, 3rd and 5 on the horizon here for Ball State. Feels like a big opportunity for the Akron defense as well to slow some of this offensive momentum. Last drive for Ball State, they converted a 3rd and 18. 3rd and 5 here. We'll see if they can get there as Coach Uremovich sets up here.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if they look to go to Weatherly in this situation. He's got a catch in 30 straight games and only has 27 career starts.
Kelly, they go his direction, but not to him. Able to find the target in Kobe Gross, the tight end. And they do pick up the first down.
So that's just, again, the slants. This is about the execution and timing of the operation. He had all slants, and he looked, like you said, in the direction of Weatherly. Looked at Magwood as well. Great job of reading it out on the fly and getting that ball out of your hands quickly for a first down. I'm really impressed with the running we knew about, and it has been dynamic. But I'm impressed with some of these throws from Kelly that I did not see on tape.
Weatherly goes in motion, a block this time. Good break of a tackle that time, and some physical ending to this run. Pushes down inside of Akron territory. TJ Horton, they mentioned him as their hardest runner, and you see it here.
Yeah, and they said he's a home run hitter once he gets to the hole, but one-on-one in the hole with the defender made a miss.
Kelly going to get step up and dragged down by Bruno Dahl, native of Hamburg, Germany, high school in Mississippi. His head coach Joe Moorhead played in the German Football League back in the day. The connection was more Mississippi type, but the unique journey of him all the way from Germany now to Akron. And he's gotten 3 sacks, make it 4 this year.
6'7", 260. And just a sophomore, just still learning how to play the game. He's got a tremendous future ahead of him.
Joe Moorhead played for the Munich Cowboys.
Another opportunity now for this Akron defense to get off the field.
More pressure here. Kelly trying to get out of it. Initially did, now the ball's out. Loose football, Akron has it. Leventer, your guy, recovers as the pressure came bursting up the seams. Marcus Boswell was in the mix.
The ruling on the field was a fumble recovered by the defense. First down.
When you got athletes like Kelly, it's never the first guy. The first guy won't end the play. He'll affect them, but won't end it. Makes one miss there. Now he's got to have better ball security. When you get in the weeds like that, you got to tuck the football or 2 hands on it. He gets a little loose with his football. Watch the one-handed. No, he can't do that. That's really, really bad, and that's why that ball popped up. And again, number 1, Laventure, where he's supposed to be, making plays as always.
Oh, the effort of Boswell, too. He fell down, then emerged back up, and he should be credited with the punch out there.
That's right.
So he should kind of be the first and second guy in that replay, essentially. And now Akron on the move. They, for the second time today, are set up shop inside of Ball State territory. Scored the first time this happened.
Let him go tempo, Jason.
Back to Sean Patrick, the running back. Going to bring up 3rd and long here. Is this a chance to take a deep shot is what I was going to ask you initially, but you bring up 3rd down now.
Yeah, see, and yet to your point, I don't think this is the time to do it. You had an opportunity in the early part of downs. You saw Justin Thomas make an outstanding TFL, but now the defense understands what's happening. Now they know. You know, in this situation, when you got an offense that's struggling a little bit, you want to make those deep throws early in the series to try to get Ball State playing the run.
Homecoming crowd making their presence felt. Quick throw. It's can't get out of the tackle. And it was a beautiful tackle out on the edge there by Alfred Shea. Transfer from UConn, who wanted a bigger role. Came to Ball State for it. And he's leading that linebacker room in tackles. Another good one there.
Watch the speed of Alfred Shea. This is one-on-one. Not getting picked, getting over the top of guys and running the ball carrier down with a short tackle. That's a sensational play, because if he misses it, Jordan Gant probably scores a touchdown.
So Akron told us they probably would not kick field goals inside of about this range today. So they won't, and they'll go for it on 4th and 7. Really not confident in the kick game right now. Finley having to direct everything. Let's go a late pass to live and fight another day. There is a late flag down. Make it 2 late flags. So we'll see what happens here. Ball State seems to think this is against Akron.
As they talk it out, Jason, remember, these are 2 of the least penalized teams in this conference and in the country.
There is no foul for an eligible receiver downfield. The quarterback was legally grounding the ball. Result of the play is an incomplete pass. First down.
And he's legally grounding it. Why? Well, how do you have a legal ground? Because he was outside the tackle box.
On the field.
10:08 to go in the half. 14-8. Ball State leads it. Defense gets off the field under pressure there. Getting closer and closer to that time. The craziness of college football continues today. Vandy over LSU. LSU now with 2 losses. Vandy's college football playoff hopes boosted significantly. Tulane, we got group of 5 teams here. Tulane, one of those in the American with a crazy catch at the end of their game against Army today. Friend Courtney with a great call on that over on ESPNU.
You know everybody in the industry. How come you got so many friends?
It's one big family around here.
My goodness.
14-8 here. Ball State up on Akron. These two teams just trying to kind of hit that reset button for Ball State. Bowl eligibility still on the line. You could be halfway there with a win today. There's a flag down here.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 97. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, automatic, first down.
Penalties.
Mike, correction. The foul was on number 91. 91.
Coach Umovich talked about there are 2 types of penalties. There are combat penalties, and then there are unforced pre-snap penalties. That time, his opponents created a combat penalty on his guys, and it gets him out of trouble and first down midfield.
Kelly looked like he was going to throw. The move was a designed run, though. Steps up, squeaks out a few yards. You mentioned he just kind of looks faster than everyone else out there right now. Everything's kind of slowing down around him, which has taken a few weeks to make that happen. But he sets him up ahead of schedule this time.
Yeah, and he's 6'2", just under 200 pounds. Very similar in body to Lamar Jackson. Not quite the quarterback, though. But what I do think is that his skill set translates to the National Football League, because you can play him at receiver and make him a gadget guy, a package guy, getting him involved in the throw game that way.
Motoring ahead once again for this Ball State team that the theme continued of trailing in the opening quarter. Went down 8-0, but then flipped that script around, leading 14-8 at the end of the first. Coming off the 42-0 loss to Western Michigan, had to emotionally bounce back from that in practice this week. Easier said than done. And now here on homecoming, trying to make a statement in this second half of the season.
How violent was that run by Quay Ashley, though? And every time they're efficient with the tailback run game, it makes Kyle Kelly that much more dangerous because he can pull that ball out and keep it himself.
It's another empty backfield here. He's going to pull it. Got around the initial man, but then brought down. Pressure was there right on cue. Julian Leventer kind of recovered after initially whiffed.
And we don't get tired of saying his name, Jason, because you're going to say it a lot. He's living in the backfield of this Cardinal offense. Gets in the backfield, discards the guard or center in that situation, and just keeps playing. Initially, Kelly makes a miss. He keeps playing. He plays harder than everybody else on the field on either side of the ball, keeps hustling and gets in on a tackle. So he creates the initial push and then finishes the play himself.
Play was blown dead. There was a flag on the far side of the field.
Prior to the snap, false start. Offense, number 3. 5-yard penalty, second down.
They get the experienced receiver, Eric Weatherly, that time.
And now that's the pre-snap penalties that Coach Yu talks about. That was not a combat penalty. That's just jumping again at home. Second time the offense has jumped at home. That's inexcusable.
Another jump, a lot of pointing.
Did we start this?
I think you did.
Me complimenting how few penalties both of these teams get. My goodness.
You ignited the laundry today.
Offside, defense, number 10. Movement in the neutral zone causing an offensive reaction. 5-yard penalty, second down.
So you get +5, then you give the 5 away. Everybody needs to just lock in. So you're guessing there. As a defensive lineman, you can't guess. Caught in your ears, go on movement. Don't guess. If you guess, they'll start playing with that snap count, and they'll get you all day long.
All right, turn that laundry cycle off. Get back to work here. They'll flip it out. Quick throw. Quay Ashley on the catch. Forced out of bounds quickly there. Coming up to make the tackle was the excellent corner, Elijah Reed, transfer from Kentucky to Akron as we creep up on the final 7 minutes of this half. 3rd and 11 coming up. These teams with a lot of fresh faces this year. Ball State 43 new players, Akron 46 new players. New head coach and Mike Removich there for Ball State. But Kyle Kelly, a fixture of consistency amidst it all, even though he's transferring to a new position this year. He'll throw it downfield, down the seam. Looks like he had a target with a pass off from his intended target.
Heavy pressure from Melvin Spriggs. And that's one way to muddy up that pocket and fill every potential scramble lane is to bring people. So that time, defensive coordinator Tim Tibesar decided to bring extra people in the rush. Melvin Spriggs, namely being that guy, and finishes with a big hit on Kyle Kelly.
Eric Weatherly was the intended receiver they were looking for there. Now a long field goal attempt. Carson Holmer coming out from 53 yards. Hasn't made one from 50 plus this year. He can hit him from 55 and prefers the left hash. Oh, so this is the spot he wants, but off that crossbar and no good.
Wow, that's a doink situation.
Kick is no good. Timeout on the field.
Doink to break Tioga.
Well, you know how I feel about kickers. Had an excellent opportunity to have a career high, but doink right off the crossbar. No good.
See the Akron drive chart so far. Just had the quick opening drive after the turnover on downs for Ball State. Since then, punt, and then they got back inside of Ball State territory, but turned it over, going for it on 4th and 7. And not really comfortable kicking field goals past the 23-yard line today is what we were told by Joe Moorhead. So Finley coming back out.
And
pretty decent field position.
Absolutely, yeah. It sets up great field position, I think.
They're going into the wind, so as well, that considers into that field goal range territory. And pressure gets there, brought down. Ben Marsh with the sack. That's the first sack of the day for the Ball State defense, loss of 6.
Yeah, that's a great call by Jeff Knowles, the defensive coordinator. Watch from the left of your screen. You're going to see Jayan Jones coming free. Doesn't make the play, but he moves Finley off his spot and creates an opportunity for his teammates. Great job of cleaning it up in the pocket.
Incredible how fast this game moves, how fast you have to process it as a quarterback. Finley has more time to process this time. However, that throw might have been tipped. That could have been the reason for the inaccuracy on it. Joey Stemler dropping back from his linebacker position in coverage. Shows how versatile the Cincinnati native is.
I think that's really good coverage. Everybody getting in their zone drops as you see the defenders in red. And what that does is that forces the quarterback to go up and over the underneath defenders and try to hit before the deep defenders. He had an open guy in Cameron Montero, but just couldn't fit the ball in.
Yeah, Stemler didn't get a hand on it, but he had to drop it in there because of him. 3rd and 15 coming up. More pressure, and he gets home again. 2nd sack on this drive, and it's Voorhees with his 9th of the season. Came in 2nd in the FBS with 8. He is having one of the best seasons in college football. You call him a sack artist.
Yeah.
And one of the best.
And you know what? They call him a game wrecker on Akron's side. This is a double team, folks. Look at him work through the double team as if they're not even there. That is what all-out hustle and playing with your hair on fire looks like. Tremendous effort by Voorhees.
JoJo Lewis will watch that take a hop. Going to be good setup position here for Kyle Kelly in the offense. Voorhees, his season, really it can't go under the radar. Maybe it does fly under the radar because of the record, but he has been one of the best in the country. 9 sacks now, transferred from Bryant. He is just such a guy who puts in so much work.
They say
always
he prepares.
in the office.
Yeah, prepares the right way. I mean, it's not an accident that the guy shows up on Saturdays and balls, because he shows up on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and balls in practice. He puts the time in the weight room and the classroom. There's no secret to success when it comes to football. If I wish I knew it, I wouldn't have worked this hard. There is no substitute for hard work and dedication and preparation, and number 44 exemplifies that.
His offense trying to back it up. Quick shot. Going to the sideline and incomplete.
Just blanket coverage on the outside. That's Amari Branch.
Yep. I was looking for Weatherly that time. But great coverage, and now they'll reset on 2nd and 10. Still 3 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout.
These situations, Jason, a lot of times you get that first down, incomplete pass, especially a deep ball. You want to come back and run the football. I'd be curious to see if they try to break that tendency. And if they do run the football, will it be a quarterback run?
Flip it out. TJ Horton trying to sneak through a tunnel. Couldn't keep his balance on the sideline. If he did, might have been a lot of room to run.
Well, he's their most dynamic home run kidder in the backfield. And so you design ways to get him the ball moving towards the line of scrimmage and in the open field. And I like the throw. That throw brought him toward the line of scrimmage, get his momentum going, and you see how fast he is once he gets the ball in his hands.
Five sacks today for the Akron defense. You wonder if they try to bring the pressure here, given Ball State is in a situation where they could run or pass.
But he better get number 1 block.
Kelly will drop back. He'll throw a dart over the middle. Probably could have been caught, but incomplete. Dropped it in and out of the hands of Keon Magwood. DeMarco Johnson, Shaman Cooper back on the coverage.
I like the way Johnson finished with his hands, though. That ball is in the receiver's hands, and you see Johnson reaching in. That's a great job of getting his hands involved and knocking that football down. Once the ball gets the receiver, that's just the beginning of the play for the defensive back. You got to finish with physicality, and that ball will come out.
Sean Patrick to return this punt here with still plenty of time to go in the half for Akron, also with their 3 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout. Takes a bounce and a good one for Ball State. Pinning Akron back at the 4. Wow.
Great job. And they thought, talking about the Zips, they thought they'd have an opportunity to have an advantage in the special teams. And that's just an area where Ball State hasn't been great, but that is great execution right there from that punt coverage team.
45-yard punt for Adam Saul, who was out warming up with a soccer ball before the game today. Getting his touchdown. He had a good feel on that punt. And now Finley will come out here trying to give his team some breathing room. Jordan Gant next to him trying to block for him. Polk is the receiver here they were looking for. Hit him earlier, but that threw out of bounds, and Finley emerges up off the turf in the end zone.
Yeah, the
Took a big
throw
hit there.
didn't give him a chance, Jason. That's the pressure again. As you see, peeling himself off that ground. There's no substitute for pressure. Great job of getting an inside move. He trips a little bit over his offensive tackle, but it's the pressure, the feeling the pressure that made Finley throw that one out of bounds.
Quick throw this time, caught Kyan Mason. He had 28 total yards last year, breakout season this year. Their most explosive guy. And that'll give Akron the breathing room they needed to reset the chains, get a first down.
I like the tempo here. You don't need to be in a hurry, though. You be nice and crisp, but don't need to be in a hurry.
Head coach Joe Moorhead calls the plays. Finley taking the orders. He will run it himself this time. Competitive guy gets out of bounds right into the Ball State sideline.
Love the decision again, and this time you're going to see the pocket open up. You see the pocket open up for Finley, and he's not known for his legs, Jason. But in any quarterback, if the pocket opens up right in front of your face and you don't have an initial receiver open, go ahead and take free grass. That's just a great decision by Finley to do what it takes to keep the chains moving.
Finley did take quite a few sacks last season. That number has improved this year. Gets another quick delivery out. Miles Walker on the catch. The quick delivery, the willingness to run it if he needs it to. The ability to go through his progressions has improved as well. Added 15 pounds since he arrived. Now he's got his team moving a bit in a rhythm ahead of the chains once again. Go to Gant this time, slicing through tacklers for a first down. Haven't had to use one of the timeouts yet.
Yeah, I love that call because he's got the timeouts. As you talked about before, you got the 2-minute timeout as well. So it's like you got 4 timeouts. So running the football is a great option. Throwing in the middle of the field is a great option. We know in college football, when you get a first down, the clock stops at least momentarily until you get the ball set. So there's, like I said, no need to be moving too fast.
Pressure comes up the middle there. He'll have to take a sack, though. Losing some yardage, and that could potentially bleed us down to the 2-minute timeout. Conley with the sack. Second time he's been back there today.
Let's take a look at the pass rush. Lined up over the guard. Great job of swimming inside.
Their first charge timeout of the half. It'll be a 30-second timeout. Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 2 minutes, 14 seconds. 2:14, please.
So Akron will have to get a play off before the 2-minute timeout. Taking the timeout.
Yeah, that's a great point. But this front of Ball State, this is nothing new, this pass rush. They had 5 sacks against Auburn. I mean, they can get after the passer. I mean, you watch the tape, they are consistent. And even when they're not getting sacks, and obviously Voris leads that charge, but even when they're not getting sacks, the pressures are there for them. And a lot of times it's the constant pressure that wins the game for you more than the sacks. Obviously, you want to get the sack. It's a loss of yardage, and it's great for the actual players, great for the fans and all that. But the consistent pressure is really what makes this front different than most MAC defenses.
They're led by 44 Nathan Voris, who had a sack to end Akron's last drive. You wonder if they bring him off the edge again here.
And if you get another sack or another big play defensively, if you're the Cardinals, you want to look to call your own timeout.
Really good pocket here. Now Voorhees gets loose. Finley was able to elude the tackle, then gets over to the sideline and thrown out. It was that late.
No
it
doubt.
Definitely was. And it sparks a confrontation on the sideline. That looks pretty late. And Finley took a hard tumble over into his own bench.
There's no question that's going to be an unsportsmanlike conduct. Multiple feet on the white. You can't make contact in that situation.
Juwan Eccles going back and forth with the Akron sideline. And hope Finley's okay after that.
Yeah, he was walking a little gingerly, Jason.
Yeah, it still is.
Yeah. He's feeling a little bit right now. But he's a tough guy. They talked about his toughness.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, defense, number 31. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, automatic, first down.
You get Juwan Eccles there.
And I'm all for playing hard. Okay, the play is over now, and they called it on the wrong guy.
Yeah, it's really the push from Beebe, not Eccles.
That's right. And that's why you sort of look on Eccles' face like, who, what, me?
Oh, yeah, feet are on the red,
yeah,
not the white.
You're right. I mean, that's horrible.
Red.
And then you see him immediately turn around like, what? What did I do? I mean, my goodness.
Timeout.
2-minute timeout. That penalty going to prolong the Akron drive, trying to set up a little 2-minute drill to take the lead when we come back. 2 minutes to go. 1st and 10 from their own 49 for Akron, a drive that started way back inside of their own 5.
Yeah, longest drive of the day so far by both plays, or by all three plays, yardage, and time. And don't forget, it's the Zips that gets the ball to start the second half, right? So you can score here. Even if you get 3, you got an opportunity to change it. And why are you shaking your head? That was my point.
Finley, quick throw. Nice break out of that route from Marcel Williams. Working against Pearson that time and made a great catch off a great route. 1:55 to go.
You're all over that. That route was sensational. Created separation out of the top of it. And once again, we talked about Finley. When he is comfortable, he can truly spin it.
Gant hop-stepping his way through traffic, trying to hang on for the tackle as Ashton Whitner, the Old Dominion transfer, brings him down.
I like the call, though, Jason. Even you're thinking, well, listen, we got to score here. We got to get in position. Keep calling the run. Make sure the defense understands that we can be two-dimensional.
Here's that tempo we talked about earlier. Finley wants the end zone this time. Kyan Mason, and double coverage. Did he make the catch? He did. Kyan Mason downfield. Akron a chance to go back in front. They bomb it all the way down for 37 yards.
What a sensational route. Great catch. Jeff Knowles told us, the defensive coordinator at Ball State, said this is their most explosive receiver. But what I want you to watch, though, is Finley throws Mason open. See how he leads them away from the defenders? He's double covered. If that ball goes down the field more straight ahead, that's an incomplete pass. He throws him open, and Mason goes and gets it.
No one else but Mason could have got to that football at that spot. Beautifully placed. Beautiful extra point, and Akron goes back in front with 1:26 to go in the half.
Watch the throw, though. Clean pocket, understands the coverage, and throws it away from the defenders, knowing he's got a dynamic athlete who can go get it. That is just two guys on the same page, and that's a great, experienced quarterback understanding the coverage that he's looking at on the fly and the placement of the football. And there's the tire, folks. Now, I seen you with a gold chain on that looked exactly like just that big. Now, you didn't wear it today, but it was just that big.
You saying the bling is a little heavy.
Exactly. You gotta have a strong neck now. You will catch a touchdown like that, you better have a strong neck on the sideline.
I've been working out with you in the mornings, but did you work out this morning?
Now, see, that's uncalled for to bring that up.
Kyan Mason has been working out. He's their most explosive guy. Had 28 receiving yards last year, by the way. He's got nearly 400 now in his breakout year. 1:26 left in the half. And Akron goes back in front after Ball State had scored 14 unanswered.
Best part about Mason, just a redshirt freshman. They need to find a way to keep him here because he's going to make a ton of plays of his career.
Short kick, takes a roll. And Weatherly scoots out of bounds with 1:24 and 3 timeouts for Ball State to work with. That was a quick drive, 10 plays. It wasn't a short drive, 96 yards.
Yeah.
But only in 2:52
about
for
96,
Akron.
96-yard drive.
Offenses that have struggled this year. Down to the bottom of the MAC, both of these teams showcasing some explosiveness throughout the course of this opening half. Kind of defying the narrative that the stats would tell you.
Yep.
Illegal formation. Kicking team. Number 18 was not lined up within 5 yards of the ball. Be a 5-yard penalty. Re-kick.
It's another penalty now.
You kept the laundry cycle on.
Right.
Please reset the game clock to 1 minute, 26 seconds. 1:26. Thank you.
We talked about how both these teams don't commit penalties, but a deep dive by our stats guy, Will, shout out to Will, he's telling us this is a trend now. They had 8 penalties, talking about Akron 2 games ago, 10 penalties last week. So now this is a continuation of some really bad balls that relates to penalties. And most of these penalties that we've seen from both teams are unforced errors.
The coaching staff not happy about it. So we'll redo the kick to the 5-yard penalty. Somewhat returnable here for TJ Horton. patiently picking his way through a hole. Then he gets dragged down. Now he's going backwards.
Wow.
Went way backwards. And it bled more time off the clock. So really, if you're Ball State, you kind of wish that didn't happen.
No question. And he had a crease, and it was at the beginning and middle of an outstanding return, but it didn't turn out that way. And I was all ready to say, hey, that's football 101. When it's a re-kick, it usually favors the receiving team.
Because the kick coverage team is tired
right
at that point. So.
And dejected.
Yep.
And all of that running for what turned out to be a 2-yard return. So.
An adventurous 2-yard return sets Kyle Kelly up at his own 21.
First things first for the Akron defense, you had better keep Kelly in the pocket.
We'll have to run it. Of course, going to bleed the clock down. You wonder if they're content with this opening half at this stage of the field.
That 2-yard return did that. Had that ball been 13 or so yards more downfield where it was supposed to be, I think we'd have a different set of calls on these downs.
Kelly gets tripped up quickly. Gage Summers on the tackle there. He's had a nice first half. This linebacker room for them, along with Shamon Cooper, they've been great all season long. Boswell had the punch out to force the fumble.
Timeout, Akron.
Hey, Akron.
It's their second charge timeout of the half. It'll be a 30-second timeout. Game clock operator,
Coach
please reset the game clock to 46 seconds. 46, please. Thank you.
Coach Moorhead says he sees an opportunity here.
Well, I mean, you said it right off the top of the show. Two teams that need to win, two teams that are kind of now right away. Play calling wise has been resembling the fact that they really need a win today, and this is just another example of that.
Yeah, I mean, and they you got to understand the Zips are not bowl eligible this year. So so what are we playing for? Well, first of all, college football is a privilege, not a right. So if you have the opportunity to suit up, you got to respect the game. But again, they're trying to build something here, and they've got really good football players on their side. And so this is a masterful coaching job in this first half to have your team ready to play after a tough loss last week in a game. They had a chance to win and beat one of the best teams in conference in Miami, and they brought that energy on the road.
And we'll throw it here to Weatherly. He gets quickly brought down to the sidelines.
Quick timeout again.
Yep.
Zips are going to get this football back with plenty of time.
Timeout, Akron. It's their third and final charge timeout of the half. It'll be a 30-second timeout. Game clock operator,
I
please
guarantee you
reset
right
the
now
game clock to 41 seconds. 41 seconds, please. Thank you.
So I guarantee you in that conversation, in that huddle right now, on the Akron side is ball security. Make sure you field the punt. Do not allow this punt to hit the ground and roll and bleed the clock. If at all possible, field the punt, and calling fair catch is fine in this situation because the punting team is from backed up. So field the punt, ball security, avoid a catastrophe. You're understanding that you're going to have in the mid-30s or so of time on the clock in terms of seconds and a timeout.
Sean Patrick back to return the Adam Saul punt. Saul did have a great punt last time he was out there, 45-yarder.
And excuse me, they're out of timeouts.
They brought a couple of guys after it. Patrick lets it take a couple of hops. He's not going to field it. Watches it go out of bounds at the 30.
And that was the right decision. That was too short to try to come and field that ball.
It was a 53-yard punt. And remember, Akron not very confident in kicking field goals today outside of the 23-yard line and beyond. So it would be a long field to score 6 here, 32 seconds left. But they got down the field quickly last time, 96 yards and 252. Would need an explosive play. Their guy for the explosive plays has been Kyan Mason.
And with that in mind, if I'm Ball State, I'm bracketing number 3, Mason. Anybody but him. If they decide that they're going to want to try to take the top of the defense, you don't allow them to throw it to number 3.
And go over to Kravac, the tight end. Gets out of bounds smartly with 26 seconds left. Gain of 12.
Defenders are giving ground. They're making sure that no one gets behind them. That's smart. And so Finley is taking what the defense gives him.
Finley has a good pocket again, has to flush it. Gonna run out of bounds. Up near the 50, takes what's given.
Yeah, you're going to have a holding penalty, though. It's going to come back, Jason.
Yeah, you're right. Right at that holding zone, about the 35-yard line.
This Akron offensive line has been really good all year. They feel like this is the best offensive line they've had in the 4-year era of Coach Moorhead.
Holding. Offense. Number 77. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
Jamie Motley Simmons gets called. 6'7", 310 pounds. It's a mountain of a man on the outside. From Alabasta, Alabama. Unfortunately, most times when those offensive linemen get their name called, it's usually bad.
Gant with a nice cut. Running behind the O-line. Out of timeouts now, though.
Yeah, that should be the final play. That holding call just killed the drive.
Yeah, Finley walking off, and a 1-point lead for Akron at the end of 2. And Akron opted to defer, so they will receive the second half
of
kick.
the first half.
Up 1 on the road. Ball State, their 2 wins have come at home, trying to do that again today on homecoming. But Akron with other ideas. We'll have the half coming up on ESPN Plus.
Back in March, when Bowling Green hired Eddie George, the 1995 Heisman Trophy winner, as its new head football coach, it seemed clear he would be the face of the program. But things have changed.
Pudge.
Pudge.
Pudge. Pudge.
Pudge the cat, Bowling Green's unofficial mascot.
Pudge is like Julius Caesar around here, you know. When he comes down the street, the crowd parts. You know, they throw rose petals at his feet. He is the rock star.
Pudge Mania took off in early August at training camp. That was when Finn Hogan, a senior receiver, first encountered senior long snapper George Carlson's 3-year-old exotic short hair.
I was in the training room and someone came in and was like, hey, like there's a cat hanging out in one of the lockers in the locker room. I was like, what? So had to go check it out like anybody else would.
Hogan decided to post a video of Pudge to TikTok and Instagram. In an instant, a feline star was born. When you brought him into the locker room, what was the reason?
We had a tough practice before where people were kind of emotional and coaches were emotional. And so I thought, you know, what wouldn't be a better thing to bring my cat in and kind of switch things up.
2 months later, and Pudge is sitting pretty. A fat cat with NIL deals pouring in. He travels to road games where hotels have been known to exempt him from their no pets policies. He even has security. Actually, Assistant Athletic Director Taylor Jefferson.
No one signed me up for it, but you got to dress for the job that you want. That's what you always hear. It's a job I take very seriously. He needs the security. There's lots of people out there who want a piece of Pudge.
For his part, the Falcons head coach betrays no resentment regarding his demotion on the depth chart.
Love the cat. He is amazing. Although I'm allergic to him with the cats.
Pudge the cat has become the story. People say, hey, can you drive to Cleveland to have Pudge on a radio show? I'm like, it's radio. He doesn't talk.
Pudge, thank you for making the time for us. I know you have a busy schedule and you're in the process of grooming yourself. What has this been like for you? Becoming one of the biggest celebrities of the college football season.
But the power of Pudge transcends speech. For George Carlson, Pudge has been a constant source of comfort and strength, especially after his mother, Kristen, was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. She died last year at the age of 57.
I needed to make sure that I had somebody to talk to or be able to get me out of a dark mindset that I could get into. So Pudge was great. I think just having a companion was the best thing for me. He's brought me a lot of joy, a lot of comfort, especially in tough times, and allowing other people to have smiles on their faces from just seeing Pudge. I think it's a huge thing.
What's in it for Pudge?
What makes Pudge happy is this. It's not the celebrity. What he loves to do is to ease the spirits of broken souls. My only concern is I just want him to enjoy his life. He just wants to be a cat, man. He just wants to love. He wants to hang out. He just wants to get the sunshine. He wants to have snacks. He wants to be cuddled. Let Pudge just be Pudge sometimes.
1 point Akron lead. A lot of close games in the MAC this year. 10 out of the last 13 for Ball State, decided by 1 score or less. That theme continuing today as we take a peek around the MAC. Speaking of 1-score games, 1-point game currently on ESPN Plus in the 4th quarter. UMass trying to pull off the upset there over Buffalo. Then Ohio up at the half on Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois that's been struggling these last few weeks. Central Michigan 27-6 win over Bowling Green. So a really good win for the Chips on the road there. And Miami in a high-scoring game against Eastern Michigan, 44-30 the final there. Toledo putting up 45 on the board. We'll have more coming up from this one. 14-15 the score at the half here in Muncie on homecoming. Welcome back. MAC on ESPN Plus. 1 point lead for Akron, 15-14. Start of the second half here in Muncie. Homecoming day. So we bring you up and inside of the booth, Jason Ross Jr. alongside Tioka Jackson. Fired up to be with you for this now 1 point game between the Zips and the Cardinals. Tioka, that quarterback matchup you highlighted to kick things off has not disappointed.
Absolutely. Both guys have been great, Finley and Kelly. They've done it differently, though, and we'll see it in that highlight reel, but they've been efficient, and they've made their share of big plays, which they struggled with coming in. This is setting up to a great second half.
Absolutely. Well, the highlights in the first half, they were very quarterback-oriented, and the explosive plays that you needed to see, well, they happened for both offenses. Take a look at Ben Finley and Akron.
And I want you to take a look at the protection. The pocket is there. We talked about his arm talent. If you give him a clean pocket, he's going to make it work. And watch him climb it here. Climbs the pocket, steps up, and throws a great deep ball, taking his receiver away from the defense, and Kyle Mason digging it out for his quarterback. I love the effort there.
Flip it over. Kyle Kelly, we've seen the reason why he's played just about every position so far.
We talked about his ability to attack the line of scrimmage. That's a short yardage situation. Then he wowed us with his arm early, right? Great job of hitting Keon Magwood, who makes a big play after the catch. And then again, the ability to attack the line of scrimmage. And once he gets going, he's electric in the open field, and he's moving at a faster speed than basically everybody else on it. Been a lot of fun to watch. The big plays have come, and that right there, right, getting in his
Not
bag.
one, but two pump fakes.
Yeah, Lamar
And
Jackson.
drifting.
If Lamar Jackson sees that, he's gonna be like, "Nice job, kid."
He had a couple of different sellies because he had a couple of touchdowns by way of his own legs. His team down one, though, at the half at home on homecoming. We'll be back from Muncie. Second half about to get underway. Here in Muncie, you're watching the MAC on ESPN Plus. Jason Ross Jr., Tyreke Jackson with you. Akron up one at the half. Ball State led 14-8 after the end of the first. A late touchdown drive that went 96 yards for Akron on the drive. They started at their own 4. They deferred to begin the game, so will receive to begin the second half. Carson Homer set to kick off. Squibber here sets up what'll be pretty decent field position for Ben Finley on their drive to begin this second half. See the first half stats. What jumps out to you here, Tyreke?
Well, I think, the total yards. Both of these teams struggled moving the football mightily for the last couple weeks. So the ability to move the football is important. I think one of the things that is not on that sheet are the penalties. I think the penalties will sneakily be a huge part of this game if they continue to mount. And right now, if you look at Akron, they're on pace to have 10 penalties for 2 weeks in a row. That's not winning football.
Nice cut there from Gant. Has an explosive play to begin the second half. Beautiful cut, made a man miss, and a loud start for the Akron offense, getting inside of the 40 and inside of Ball State territory right away.
So the ability to cut is the talent in his feet, but it's above the neck, the eyes to see the cutback lane. That play was supposed to go to our left. The eyes to see the cutback lane is impeccable, and he's got the feet to get there. Excellent job by Gant.
And Voorhees came up a little shaky there. Not a sight you want to see if you're a Ball State fan. 9 sacks on the season. Looks to be okay, but it's going to go over to the sideline here after getting a little shaken up.
That's a nice, healthy jog. I'd be shocked if Nathan is not back in this football game. But what a run, though. How about the eyes to see the cutback lane, though? Really quickly.
Give it back to Gant. The patience on display there. He just waits for everything to open up, and then that pile continues to get pushed. Still no whistle. No blow it dead at forward progress. Maybe a gain of 4 there.
And you talked about his ability to wait and find it there. He told us during the week that's what he was working on in the offseason. The ability to press the hole. Pressing the hole means hugging up to the line of scrimmage, hugging your offensive lineman so the defense doesn't know when and where you're going to cut. So you hug the line of scrimmage and then cut at the last second, and usually there's a hole there to burst through.
4th in the MAC in rushing yards entering today. There's another patient burst after waiting for things to open up. Joey Stemler with the tackle.
Remember, this guy, Jordan Gant, is a former walk-on. So he has earned everything he's got. So these opportunities right here, he fought from the bottom to get to them. I love to hear about guys who come out of high school, not highly touted, got a fight and claw, and that tenacity is paying off for Gant. Good look at Joey Stemler there, middle linebacker for Ball State.
There's Polk in motion, give it back to Gant. Maybe a gain of 2, so 4th and 1 coming up. Akron's already gone for it on the 4th and 1 once in this game, didn't get it. Again, they said they don't really feel comfortable kicking a field goal beyond the 23-yard line. So about a 40-yarder is the backs entering today.
Look at Stemler again. Watch Stemler, number 21 in red, meet the back in the hole, and the play is over. That's a great job of getting low and tackling your play side leg and getting the ball carrier down.
Gant slips, trying to get back up and stretch for the yards again.
I don't think he got there, Jason.
Lost his balance earlier than he would have wanted. And this may be the second time today that Ball State's defense is going to stop on 4th and 1.
I like the idea of sticking with Gant. That's 3 plays in a row now. I think that early slip killed his momentum. He couldn't get back past the line of scrimmage.
They got it. So another stop for Ball State's defense on 4th and 1. Second time they've done this today.
Watch him plant his outside leg and slip. Right there. That's what slowed him down. And then the hustle from the rest of the defense led by Mohim McCargo, number 16. Watch McCargo. As soon as the slip happens, here comes McCargo. Wrap up. Now here comes the help. Looking that he's trying to extend. Nice job of getting to the football, getting off the field if you're the Cardinal defense.
McCargo coming off his best game of the season. For Ball State's offense going into the wind that continues to pick up here. There has been some weather around the state today. They'll run it, so you wonder how that affects the passing game, particularly for Ball State going into it. You see the flags, so that's going towards where Ball State's offense is driving against, and
so that means winning in your face when you're throwing the football. Just keep an eye on that.
Kelly will run it, deliberately rolling him out off the fingertips of Ty Robinson and incomplete. Good coverage there from Elijah Reed.
Oh, Elijah Reed, that's outstanding. Sprint out action from Kelly. I like that, getting him on the move. His accuracy goes up when he moves. But when you're going to have coverage that tight now, It's hard to complete a pass, and Elijah Reed, you see him reaching in and get that ball out. 6'3", 200 pounds. Reed's length makes him really, really tough to get the ball through when he's that tight on his coverage.
Reed was a walk-on at Kentucky, preseason All-MAC after he transferred from Kentucky to Akron. One of their 4 returning starters on defense. Now on 3rd down, 3 for 8 today on 3rd down. That is off the fingertips again of Ty Robinson.
The late pressure. Laventura, though, again, we talked about, you don't have to get the sack to be effective on any pass play. Watch the hit by Laventura, again, forcing the high throw. Beautiful inside move, and there's the hit. And I'm telling you, you say, well, the ball was gone. No. He saw and felt big number 1 coming. He speeds up the throw and usually makes it inaccurate, and that's why that ball was incomplete, because there was space to complete that football.
It takes Adam Saul back to punt here. Oh, they came after that. Yes, got it away. It was a close shave.
Did he get a piece, maybe?
Maybe. It'll roll down to the 30.
Almost down at the 30.
40-yard punt, just got it away. And now Akron will set up when we come back. Coach Mike Uremovich, his first season at Ball State. A staff that has a lot of continuity, though, even though it's only in its first year. He came over from Butler. There's his good friend, Jeff Knowles, the defensive coordinator, who's done a great job today, been doing a great job throughout the season. They go way, way back on the left side of the screen there, them playing together, dating back to playing together actually in their Pee Wee days, growing up together. On the right, their 2 sons. Fast forward to about 20 years later, and they play together in Pee Wee football. So Uremovich and Knowles, you have about 6 different stops where Coach Uremovich and Coach Knowles have been together, a rarity in the coaching industry when so many things are changing around, as Coach Knowles' defense is back out there trying to come up with a stop. And just really neat to see, Tyoka, a story of, call it a family atmosphere. It kind of becomes a cliche term. It is literally a family atmosphere at Ball State.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Football and family go hand in hand. The ultimate team sport. You're relying on your brother beside you, playing for your brother beside you, and that same thing with coaches.
Trying to cut up the field there with Sean Patrick for Akron. All of a sudden, a 3rd down already up here for Akron.
Patrick is an outstanding player. And because of the emergence of Gant, his carries have been cut down. He's also been a little hurt, nicked up here and there, but He's their fastest offensive player, Sean Patrick, a very explosive guy. So they've got two good backs, but here in 3rd and short, I think they're going to rely on Ben Finley to read out and throw an accurate football on tight coverage.
They will deliver. Finley able to connect. It is incomplete, though. Unable to hang on was Marcel Williams. So that should bring out the punting unit.
Yeah, well, it may not be the way this game's going, though.
Yeah, always a little breath before something happens in this one today.
Yeah, they thought about it. Marcel Williams got to catch that football. That ball was right where it needed to be. Finley got it out quickly. The route was exactly where it needed to be. He just ran a little hook up in between two defenders in the zone. And those are the little opportunities that leave yardage and plays on the field.
Punt goes out of bounds at about the 29. And now Ball State come out again. Talked about Coach Jeremovich's journey. He went to Purdue, didn't make the football team there as a player, but that triggered his journey as a coach not long after at a nearby high school in Indiana. Purdue alum, began the season playing at Purdue in West Lafayette, lost that game. Prior to this was at Butler, so has really encompassed the state of Indiana. His son goes to Purdue. He moved his son into college the week of playing against Purdue week 1. And now his offense goes back to work with Kyle Kelly, ducking underneath the slew of traffic.
You mentioned he wasn't a great player himself, and that's not shocking. I've got a theory that the best players usually don't make the best coaches. It's the guys who are borderline and maybe not that good that make the best coaches, because they have to, in order to have a chance, they got to focus on fundamentals and do things the right way. And so they're used to teaching it because they're used to doing it. And so, you know, a guy like you, you'd be one of the greatest coaches ever play around.
All that was a tee up to call me out there, is what you're saying. Trying to slice through traffic. I didn't call this play. Coach Jeremovich did. It is a big one down the sideline. Quay Ashley inside of the 10, and into the end zone he goes. 69 yards for Ashley.
Coach, you told us that, as you see the injury here, unfortunately, but Coach you told us Ashley is faster than you think, guys. We know him to be a physical, violent runner, and you're going to see him breaking tackles there. But this is top-end speed now. I don't see anybody really running him down. As you see, late now trying to work the angle was Malcolm DeWald, and you got to do a better job of trying to get him out of bounds or on the ground to finish that playoff. But explosive run, 69 by number 9.
That's what they meant by him finishing runs. 69 yards. Anderson a bit shaky coming off the field there. We talked to the staff about Quay Ashley. They say he's also got this fun personality where if he's in your office, you don't want him to leave because he brightens up the room. And in a season where you wish you could have some moments back, these teams 2-5, 2-4. It's guys like him who keep the levity in the room and then the seriousness on the field and the ability to finish plays there that can really turn around a season at this point in the year. That's what we talked about with these two groups, trying to hit the reset button, trying to turn things around, and a big homecoming run there for Ashley. Palmer on to attempt the extra point. Homer connects.
Timeout.
Quay Ashley
on the
came in
field
today with 333 yards on the ground. At 69 more to his total, taking it to the house and putting Ball State back in front. 21-15 after the 69-yard run for Quay. Ashley all the way to the house, and Ball State goes back in front. Our third lead change today. Jason Ross Jr., Tioka Jackson with you. We talked about the wind as well, picking up with the weather in the area going into the face of Ball State on that drive. Didn't have to throw it, kept it on the ground, and were very efficient with how they got down the field in a hurry.
I was going to say, you don't have to worry about the wind if you're running through it. Now, Ashley ran like the wind.
I see what you did there.
You saw that?
Uh-huh.
Can I get a rin shot for that? I mean, I'll be here all week, folks. Really, really funny sometimes, I think.
Did you get that one copyrighted or patented?
No, not yet. So steal it now.
Tioka Jackson Enterprises up for business. Akron and Ben Finley come back out on offense here. The explosive play market has been open for business today. Both teams hitting on them. Ball State last to do so with that 69-yard run. Now how does Akron answer? I've seen a slew of targets get involved in the receiving game. Jordan Gant has been really good at running back today.
What that means to me is you don't have to get out of character. Just keep doing what you're doing. Call the same plays or very similar plays, but the execution as this game gets later and later has to rise.
They'll fake it to Gant. Finley will throw. Speaking of big plays, they might have one here. They do. Tim Greer Jr. A rare target in this offense. Able to come up with the snag there. The transfer from Fresno State with a big play.
And it's the same over route that they ran for the touchdown to Kyan Mason, Jason. Again, the same principle. You got an over route, and watch the ball placement. Away from the defense where his guy can go get it. 6'1", 190 Fresno State transfer. Nice job of grabbing that one.
They let Finley let it go again downfield. Kyan Mason ran into the DB. We're going to see what this call is. Way back there was Michael Gravely. He hit the deck. Mason was on the move.
And that's not a replay, folks. It's the same route.
Defense, number 2. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic, first down.
So it's got to be an adjustment defensively by the Cardinals, but it's the same over route. And that's clearly pass interference. I understand when the ball was in the air, you can't put your hands on the receiver beyond 5 yards. That's an easy call, but obviously the Zips has found something with these deep over routes.
Tioka, rain starting to come down as Finley goes down. Definitely the biggest hit he has taken today. Amir Glenn on the sack.
That's a big hoss too now, 6'1", well over 300 pounds. Beautiful job of getting the hands off of him, and that's how you finish a quarterback down, make him feel it, so that the next time he drops back, he's thinking about, I want nothing to do with number 56, Glenn.
Finley will drop back again, good pocket again, and another good catch by Polk.
A lot of separation at the top of that route.
Sometimes it feels like we're going to go defensive battle, and it feels like we're going to go shoot out.
Yeah.
This game has had its waves up and down, but the quarterbacks have been the mainstay through it all, who you talked about in the open.
They have been consistent. The season for both of these teams a little up and down. They've had their moments, highs, and they've had some bad moments as well. And that's how this game is going, the same way. It's going to come down to continued high-level execution. And let's not forget about the penalties. These penalties have been a problem. Will that stump one of these teams?
They'll hand it off to Gant, 11 carries, 69 yards. Able to break through enough for a first down on third down.
A good tough run there by Gant. It's not always the highlight runs that help you earn the respect of your teammates. It's those tough inside yards, getting first downs and keeping the chains moving that does it as well. A little tempo here.
You could still get a first down at the 3. They'll loft it up. They want touchdown with Gant. Overshot him slightly. Couple of substitutions for the Ball State defense.
I think that late pressure made him get rid of it a little early, Jason. Again, the pressure speeds up the timing. See that pressure coming? It brought pressure off the corner. I didn't see who the number was, but the threat of being hit with that pressure is what forced the early throw, because at the end, Gant ran past Stemler. A could have been a touchdown.
Fake it again. They want the end zone. They want Miles Walker. Batted out of the air. Incomplete. Roman Pearson with the deflection.
Great job by Pearson of dropping his guy. Look, Pearson's down there on number 4. Leaves his guy and tries to go get greedy, and all you got to do is make that catch, and that's why he was so upset, folks. Beautiful job of zone coverage. You drop your man when the ball's in the air, and you go get it. Did everything right, just didn't finish the play.
Akron struggled in the red zone last week, have capitalized today when they've gotten down in this territory. 3rd and 10 here. Can pick up a first at the 3 to the end zone. Batted and incomplete once again. Good work from these Ball State defensive backs. Ashton Whitner plays that sniper position for them, which they require a lot out of. Able to make a good play there.
Dangerous throw here. He was trying to fit it in to Greer. Got to be smart, understanding where you are on this field. I understand that you don't have a lot of confidence in your kicker, but you're in field goal range. They got lucky on that one, Jason.
So here's Matthew Shoram coming out. They've struggled in the kicking game. We've seen Owen Wiley out there and Shoram out there. 29-yarder is good. Makes it a 3-point game with 7:28 to go in the third quarter.
On the field.
Drama continues to build in this close conference matchup between Akron and Ball State. .7:28 to go in this third quarter, 21-18. Akron gets down the field, trims the Ball State lead to 3. Coach Uremovich underneath the rain that's coming down now onto that headset. Wind still blowing as well, weather throughout the state.
Ball security. When you talk about rain like that, what I'm thinking about as a coach is ball security. Be smart with the football, 2 hands on it, grip it with extra concentration because it's going to be slick.
One fumble today. That was forced by Marcus Boswell of Akron on Kyle Kelly. So out comes the Ball State offense. The explosive plays were a key point of emphasis coming into today. Ball State wanted more of them. Akron's given up a lot of them this year.
Yeah, and they've also were very bad at 3-and-outs, both of these offenses. But Ball State, a ton of 3-and-outs as well. And so the explosive plays, it's like easy baskets in basketball, like transition baskets. Get the easy baskets, and what that does, it permeates through the entire team, and it creates a lot of momentum. And so that's why these explosive plays are so important. And you see Quay Ashley saying that, hey, I know it's baseball season, but Shohei Ohtani isn't the only one that can hit home runs.
3 of them the other day.
You like that, didn't you?
I like it.
Yeah.
Now Kelly using his legs. You wonder how much of that he'll continue to do.
Why not? Smart thing is, just, again, you want him not to take the hits, though, but he's a lot tougher than his angular frame would tell you. I mean, he looks a lot like Lamar Jackson in terms of how he's built. And I told you before, I still think he has an NFL future as a package guy. You can do a lot of different things. You get a very innovative offensive coordinator, very imaginative. You can use him as a piece and get him in matchups where his athleticism and speed can win.
Kelly moved back to QB this year after being in a slew of different positions a year ago. Steps up, looks strong here, wanting Magwood. And Reed was on the coverage. Flag came out.
Easy
Those
call.
two were locked up one-on-one.
Easy call, and he didn't have to do it, Jason.
Wonder if Reed felt the hand fighting was even.
Defense, number 1. 15-yard penalty for the previous spot. Automatic, first out.
But you're right, regardless, the ball placement wasn't necessarily there for it to be necessary at all.
And his position was great, and you're missing it here, but he's the one that initiated that contact.
Yep.
I know it looked like it was hand fighting 50-50, but just before that, Reed is the one who reached out and grabbed. And in that situation on the deep ball, you can't panic. You know you're in good position. Allow your position to force a perfect throw, and if it's not perfect, you'll have a chance to pick it off. And again, that's the 6th penalty now for Akron for 54 yards. Had 10 last week. They're on track to get 10 again.
Back to the ground. Quay Ashley picking his way through a pocket of traffic. Gets inside of the 30. DeWalt dragged him down to the possible touchdown saving tackle. But Ashley moving and grooving once again.
He says, I'm more than an in-between tackler runner. Oh, excuse me, in between a tackle runner. Great job of vision and being patient. And once he gets through the hole, the explosion is there. And just before you get to top speed, DeWalt the 4th got him down.
12 carries, 127 yards. Another explosive for Ashley. He has been so good today, pairing up with Kelly and keeping this Akron defense off balance. Kelly going to drop back again, steps up again as a target again, and a touchdown! 29 quick yards to Kobe Gross.
The route combination is what made that play successful, Jason. They put the safety in a bind. He's going to be threatened by 2 downfield receivers, and he doesn't know which way to go. And if he's late, the quarterback can pick one of them. And the guy getting stressed was Justin Anderson. He had a deep guy coming down, stressing him, and he had a guy on the outside, and he's stuck in the middle. And if you don't commit to one, you're not going to commit to any.
A very quick 75 yards and a $136. Only took 3 plays because that explosive theme continues. And results in the largest lead of the game so far. 10-point lead for Ball State.
Explosive plays, though. Wow. So at the top of the screen, well, he might be rotating from the bottom. So let's let it run. He might be coming off that hash, rotating from the bottom, and he is. So number 4, the safety, rotating from the bottom, taking the underneath guy. Excuse me, he's on the right side now, but you had 2 defenders. He flipped his hip the wrong way. The bottom line is this, folks. When you got a deep defender and you got 2 receivers threatening him deep without any impediment or reroute at the beginning of the play, he doesn't know which one to take. And so he flipped his hips to the middle. Great read by Kyle Kelly to go in the opposite direction. If he would have flipped his hips to the outside, then Kelly would have went down the middle. So that's a great read by Kelly, having the confidence to stand in the pocket and read it out, something he's not known for. And the receiver did miss the layup.
Sideways kick through this sideways rain. Trying to bring it out to the 25-yard line. Brandon Hills over along his own sideline. And for Ball State, mentioned entering today, statistically, these two teams have struggled offensively. Cardinals have doubled up their point total to 28. Got an injury over near that sideline for Akron. Coach Uremovich coming out. He's got to be happy with his group today. And again, didn't start necessarily the way they wanted, which had been a theme, but came back quickly and fiercely and have been really consistent throughout the course in terms of how they've attacked and had success against the Akron defense. Ball State, a group coming off getting shut out last week. Didn't put anything up on the board in a 42-0 loss to a really good Western Michigan team. These two teams in general through the first couple of weeks of the season really struggled to score. Then things clicked for both sides. Week 3 for Ball State, a win over New Hampshire. Then on the Akron side, week 3 had a narrow loss to UAB but put up 28 points. That pass incomplete. Looking for Polk. Now 5:43 to go in the third. What's going to be the key to answer here for Finley and company?
Well, he's had some open receivers, and he's had a couple drops. I think continuing to try to run the football to stay balanced, to give this Cardinal defense something to think about. But I believe you could feel really confident in relying on Finley with this short passing game to just continue to move the football down the field. It's going to be up to the receivers to catch the balls that are there for him.
Fake it and throw it over the middle. That ball is caught this time by Tim Greer Jr., his second big play of the half.
And that's what I'm talking about. It gives it, I'm not sure if it was a true RPO or just an RPO look, but that hard play action to the dive on the inside, that's going to suck up the linebackers and create the space for the quick slant. And you can trust that Finley's going to be accurate with these throws. He excels at getting the ball out of his hand quickly and accurately.
There's a gain of 27 there to set them up just inside of Ball State territory at the 49. Been a fun battle between these QBs, neither one letting up. They'll run up the middle this time from Sean Patrick. Got pulled down. He tried to breach through the line and find a crease of his own. Really good chunk on first down.
Boy, they're lucky. I'm telling you right now, I've seen number 13 open up on film. If he gets through that trash right there, look out. Gravely Jr. was in position, but being in position and making that one-on-one tackle can be very, very different, especially with number 13. And he's fresh, too.
When healthy, he's their fastest running back. Got caught quickly, though, in the backfield. Ball State won the jump that time, and it is Voris once again. We talked about his dedication. Mike Uremovich during the summertime walked into the office at night, found Nate Voris watching film, and all of that dedication paying off in plays just like this.
And he's a complete player, Jason. When the sack leader in the country is also the third leading tackler on your team, you know he's a complete player. He is not just looking to get up the field and get after the quarterback. He's going to play the run as well.
They bring the pressure. That is incomplete, and the pressure forced it. Finley a little shaken up as well.
That pressure is what did it. Watch the blitz. The blitz coming free, feeling that pressure. That's Caden Johnson coming on a linebacker blitz, and Finley's feeling the pain.
Again, kind of got hit a little up high there.
Yeah.
Tough guy. He's been taking some hits today. Ball State has some guys they'll use specifically on those third down blitz packages, and they may bring him on here as well on this fourth down. 4th and 5. They're going to go for it. Weird part of the field. Why not? Down 10. Looking for Miles Walker. A flag comes out.
Wow.
On 4th and 5. Harmon goes palms up.
Boy, that's a tough call from here, Jason. I'm being honest with you now. I didn't see a whole lot.
Finley took another hit.
It wouldn't shock me at all if they picked this laundry up. I just didn't see a foul live. Now, they obviously in a better position than I am, but wow.
There is no foul on the play. Incomplete pass, turnover on downs.
Yeah, that's the right call. And I think this replay is going to bear it out. Where's the contact? A little bit, Jason. I did see a little bit of contact from Jamad Harmon, and he may have hooked that arm, and he may have gotten away with it, but it was just so quick and so slight. It's not surprising that he picked it up.
Saw Finley on that bench there a little shaken up. It's going to set Ball State and Kyle Kelly up with some really good field position. And you got to think about their mindset going into this 4th quarter. This is an opportunity to strike.
And Akron better be thinking about a deep ball here to try to take advantage of the momentum.
Instead, they'll run it. Quay Ashley had a big run on the last drive. It set them up. Led to a touchdown.
Big tackle by Justin Anderson, and he looks to be the one not getting up.
Officials timeout for a defensive injury.
Come out, check on him.
Ashley's feeling it too now. You see him shaking out the cobwebs. That was a huge hit. I just hope Anderson gets up and walks away as well.
See both teams coming out. We will take a break as these teams take an 8. 3:33 to go in this 3rd quarter. We'll be back here from Muncie. Both teams down in an E right now, out of precaution, bringing out the stretcher here as they continue to work on this latest injury. Underneath the pile, we don't want to speculate. Haven't quite clearly caught the jersey number. It's 2nd and 6 with 3:33 to go in the 3rd quarter. Ball State up 28-18. And there's Justin Anderson, who's down at the bottom of all of the medical help out on the field there. So, of course, our hopes and prayers with Justin right now, and both teams down on a knee. And we will take another break here in Muncie. Again, both teams down, waiting Justin Anderson, who's going to be, out of precautionary measures, put on the stretcher and then put into the ambulance. We'll hopefully get an update on the next steps after that. The safety on his third stop of his career, Washington State, then Foothill Junior College. East Palo Alto, California native, has been really good for Akron this season. Right now, throwing football out of the door and just hoping for the best for his health. And these two teams coming together in solidarity with one another, hoping for the exact same. Went down making a tackle on Quay Ashley. See, they have now lifted him up on the stretcher.
Thumbs up. Gave us a thumb.
You can see it there, yep.
Man, I'm happy about that, Jason.
Now these two teams going to try to emotionally regroup. After, again, in a moment like that, you throw out the scoreboard, throw out the goal of winning today, and just hope for a goal of positive health updates for Justin Anderson. So hopefully we'll get positive updates soon on his health.
Really like the show of sportsmanship from both sides.
Absolutely.
Taking that knee. We talked about how your teammates are your brothers, but you know there's an extended brotherhood of all college football players. We all understand the commitment the blood, sweat, and tears, the pain, the joy that we all go through, and it's not for everybody. And forgive me if I say the men on this field, they're special people. It's hard to do what they're doing, and that's why most can't. And so that sort of deal creates a solidarity, an extended solidarity throughout the entire country of all football players who lay it on their line every single day. Both of these teams respect the game, the way they play. And how about the classiness from the crowd? The home team crowd giving the away team a nice ovation as the player leaves the field.
You have to imagine that Akron sideline, they're going to be playing for him the rest of the way here. 3:33 to go in the third, and their defense out on the field. So now time to reset in Ball State. And Coach Uremovich started this drive with some excellent field position. They will bring Kyle Kelly back out on 2nd and 6 here from their own 48. Long time between plays, and a run on the first play back post injury. Boy, Ashley with the carry, and now that'll set up 3rd and 5 here. If you're Akron, how do you emotionally now regroup after that?
Well, I've been in that situation before. I've seen a teammate go through something similar, and I'm just telling you, that thumbs up could mean a tremendous amount for lifting your spirits, understanding that I think our guy's good to go. Now we can go ahead and go play. And I'm hoping that's exactly what happens here for both teams, that they can now clear it knowing that Justin Anderson is going to be good.
Kelly on 3rd down, wet ball, and that is intercepted off a deflection. You mentioned the ball would be slick. With this rain coming down, DeMarco Johnson caught the ricochet, his first INT of the season. Now Akron grasped the momentum right back.
Wow, what an amazing turn of events right there. I think that's Cameron Anthony coming across on the drag, the shallow cross. Ball's a little behind him. He had to adjust, but it was in both hands. And man, that thing spouted up. He didn't get hit. I mean, there was no contact made. He just was trying to contort his body around to make the catch and then turn back around and just didn't secure it first.
Spouted up like a water fountain.
That's right. And they talked about how Anthony is a tremendous blocker, but they think he can catch, though. He's not just a blocker, even though that's what he's known for. 6'4", 251 pounds, and just couldn't bring it in. And unfortunately, it spouted up instead of down.
Akron's last drive got in Ball State territory. Finley steps up, a lot of room to run because all the receivers were going deep downfield. And now Ben Finley breaks right back into Ball State territory all the way down to the 31.
And this is the moxie that they talked about in this guy. He's a very competitive player. Love the decision making. This is about decision making. You don't have to be a tremendous athlete to feel that there's grass in front of me. Now watch the end of this. He's not looking to slide. Look at him make a move and pick up at least 10 more yards. Well, this guy is something else. He's a playmaker.
They said one of his biggest improvements was that stepping up into the pocket. Kind of seems minute when a coach says it, but right there, you see it on a replay more than ever. And he's keeping it here. Is this a designed run for him this time? Slides down.
It was their 5th play of 20 yards or more, Jason. So the explosives are coming around.
Can feel the momentum after that interception.
But we knew both of these quarterbacks were going to have to be the tip of the spear for this offense. For them to get back on track, it was going to start with those guys.
Offense that put up 7 late points against Miami a week ago, playing much better this week. They felt like this was a much better week of offensive execution in practice. This felt like practice wasn't on par with what their performance should have been a week ago. This week bounced back, another gain of 10 there, this time Greer with his 3rd catch.
He's made some plays today. If they catch the football, that's the thing. If they catch the football, the ball is generally going to be where it's supposed to be. These receivers just need to do their part.
He faked it one way, then goes the opposite and has a catch on the sideline. It is the tight end, Kravac. Second reception for him today, and they are knocking on the door now.
They're missing their star tight end, Jake Newell, the transfer from Arizona State. And, you know, Connor Kravac has stepped in and done a really nice job. You see how he adjusted his body, was able to turn back, make the catch, turn back around, and keep the ball in his hands. That was the exact same play that Cameron Anthony was trying to make. The ball wasn't exactly where he wanted it to be. That time he did a great job of pirouetting and holding on to the football.
Finley kept it, quick throw, quick touchdown. Great deception, and they march right down the field off that INT, turn it into 6, poke the catch, and it is a one-score game again.
The game can be simple if you allow it to be. Make the plays that are available, and when you're a receiver and your job is to catch the football, catch the ball. And so many times we saw on tape earlier in the year, a lot of these plays ended with the ball on the ground. That's just an RPO where there's 2 guys on the field knowing that it's going to be a pass, and that's the receiver and the quarterback. Everybody else is running it as a run. The defense reacts to the run, easy touchdown.
Shuram's extra point is good. Finley, he's such a gamer. Limped off the field again, still a little dinged up. Marches this group down.
So the offense is running a run play, and so you will wonder, okay, so why is it not a legal man downfield? Well, 2 reasons. 1, you get a 2-yard grace period, but 2, if the ball comes out fast, no one on the sidelines in the striped shirts can humanly see that they were downfield. And you saw how quickly the recognition to get the ball out of your hands and throw an on-target throw, that prevents the penalty. So that was an excellent design, but the execution was even better.
.24 seconds left in the third. The comparison today, both guys have gotten it done in different ways. The rushing yards not on there for Kelly. You see at bottom of the screen, 51 rushing yards.
The biggest difference, though, is that bottom stat inside that rectangle, the turnovers. That has been the biggest difference between the 2 players.
Fumble and an interception.
That's right. One of them kind of not his fault with the interception, but the fumble was Kyle with his lax
and you can
ball
make
security.
an argument that Finley, his best game of the season so far, and doing it on the road here. Homecoming for Ball State. They've won 3 straight homecoming games. Some of the best traditions you'll find around the MAC for homecoming, the bed races, the air jam. But right now, under pressure again as Akron gets this back to a 3-point game with 24 seconds to go until we hit the 4th quarter. Kyle Kelly trying to respond after the interception now. Back to the ground they go. Ashley takes a hit. You wonder if that'll be the last play of the 3rd quarter.
You know what I like about that play? The best part about it was 2 arms around the football for Ashley. He's seeing what's going on. He's reading the room and he's feeling the raindrops. He's decided he's not going to be the one. And I like that.
He's had 15 carries, 132. Akron, though,
That's the end.
zips down the field,
quarter.
5 plays, 52 yards,
On the field.
216. And this game, a 1-possession battle. Much needed for both sides. 3 points separating them, heading into what should be a riveting 4th here in Muncie. 3-point lead for Ball State. Find themselves in another close game. 13 of their last 14 decided by one score in MAC conference play. So now for Mike Yurimovich and Ball State, you see their close games. 6 points or less in 10 of the last 14. Find themselves the little deja vu right now on the home field where they haven't lost yet. All 4 of the losses away from home. Averaging 27 a game at home. Averaging 7 points per game on the road. So that theme holding up today. Up by 3, 28-25 as we get set for this fourth. Akron went 5 plays, 52 yards, 216 down the field. The last time they had it to make this a 3-point game it was Ball State that scored 14 straight after Akron jumped out and got the first points on the board today. Back and forth since then. 3 lead changes. Ball State had 3 straight this season that were decided by 6 points or less. Between week 3 and week 5. The ball is still wet. Ball State has 2 turnovers today. The last of which was definitely a large partly due to that wet football. Quay Ashley will keep it. Ran into a wall of the Akron D-line on the opening play of the fourth.
That's how you start a fourth quarter if you're on defense, right? Wow, that was physical. Reestablishing the line of scrimmage. Watch the wall. You talked about running into a wall. Boom. That's a great job of dipping up and under with physicality by Gage Summers. He's being blocked by a much larger man. So what do you do? Low man wins. You get up under his pads and continue to press forward towards the line of scrimmage. Great job there by Summers setting it up, and the cavalry came after he made the initial hit.
Kelly will throw one-on-one this time. That is broken up, but pass interference called. Akron's sideline is irate. They thought it was clean. Ben Kamara back on the coverage.
Pass interference. Defense, number 14. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic, first down.
It's the right call, Jason. Again, you can't make contact with the receiver beyond 5 yards. Look, there's the contact. You're in great shape, and if you're going to reach out to get contact, don't extend your arms and begin to try to look back for the football. He did neither. He extended his arms, made contact, and never looked back. Easy call for the officials.
A fresh set of downs for Kyle Kelly and Ball State. Kelly will roll. Now he'll deliver and complete.
Miscommunication. Or he was concerned about the pressure. I think it was more of a miscommunication because both of those receivers broke their routes off. I think he was expecting one to go deep.
Had Weatherly in the vicinity along with Magwood.
See Kyle wiping his hands, constantly wiping his hands on that hanging towel, and you got to wonder, is it time to change the towel? Is the towel?
It looks like a pretty worn out towel.
Right, because it looks like it's dirt on it, and they're playing on artificial turf, so I don't know where the dirt's coming from. But might want to change that towel, young man.
He's put in some work today.
Yeah, yeah.
Also a guy who's going to slide down, and his hands are going to be hitting the turf when he runs it. Flag came out.
I think the offensive line moved, but I think the defense was in the neutral zone.
Full start. Nope. Offense, number 63. 5-yard penalty, second down.
I told you to be mindful of these penalties, Jason. They continue to mount for both teams. And once again, another false start. That's Aaron Rodgers, number 63, the Purdue transfer. Plays left guard. Again, you're at home. There's no reason to not know the snap count and move on it.
Sets him up at 2nd and 15. There was another jump.
Now, I think that one is going to be a neutral zone infraction. I think the right tackle moved, but not after the defensive end got into the neutral zone. So I think that's what the discussion is.
Offside, defense, number 16. Movement into the neutral zone causing an offensive reaction. 5-yard penalty, second down.
We saw the exact same thing happen earlier in the game. Had one on the O-line, then on the ensuing play, one on the D-line.
That's Devon Frazier. You can't go on sound. They will play with you all day. Only go on movement. I understand anticipating that the movement's coming, but you can't guess. If you guess, you get what you got right there.
Now Kelly will take it himself and gets ragged down at about the 46-yard line.
I thought we'd see more of these quarterback sweeps, to be honest with you. The idea of getting that dynamic athlete on the edge of the defense is very scary for any defense. And when you're running the quarterback like that, that means you're adding one more blocker. A tailback who would normally be the ball carrier is now the blocker. Give him an extra chance to see the hole and hit the hole. Nonetheless, 3rd and long.
Kelly steps up through the pressure, got it off late. Great late decision to Kobe Gross, who had the tight end touchdown catch earlier. Now he has a hurdle, and he's inside the 15. Ball came loose at the tail end after Gross made his way down the field. Looks like Ball State will still have possession, and they will have a big chunk in the process.
Don't adjust your set, folks. I know that looks like Lamar Jackson, but it's not. That's Kyle Kelly. What a great job of getting that ball out. And look at the airborne Kobe Gross, showing why he was a Florida State commit early. That's power 4 talent, folks. There's a hurdle. What's it like to fly? I would not know. I've never been that high before. Excellent job. And then hits the ground running as you see the ball come out late.
A long jump and a little rhyme there from Tyoka Jackson. 42 yards for Gross.
The previous play is under further review for potential targeting.
Interesting. I didn't see the targeting option.
Oh, we're looking at the quarterback here. Got the ball away so late, dragging guys, and then Davis Jr. came in.
Here's the question, Jason, and we've seen this come up in other games. If you're saying Kelly is a runner, then he's not protected. I say he's not a runner. He is still behind the line of scrimmage. He's trying to pass the football in a passing posture. He does pass the ball. He is now a protected player. And when you're protected, you don't necessarily need crown and a helmet in that situation. If you got forcible contact to the head and neck area, I'm looking at that. If I understand the rule properly, that's targeting.
All right, looking for an indicator, and whether or not he is defenseless
yes,
is a big part of the equation right now.
And once he throws that football, he's a defensive player. He's not beyond the line of scrimmage. He's not a runner. He's a passer, which makes him, by definition, defenseless. And because he's defenseless, you cannot hit him in the head and neck area with any real forcible contact. That, to me, qualifies as forcible contact.
After review, there is no targeting on the play.
Okay, so clearly I know nothing about football. I mean, we talked about this with some officials. We saw another game that we were watching. I think it was the Penn State game. I'm not sure, but
yeah, Penn State, Oregon.
I thought that was the explanation.
So, yeah, you're walking that fine line of whether or not the player is considered defenseless.
Yeah. And isn't a quarterback? He wasn't out of the pocket. He was within the pocket. He had just thrown the football. Isn't he now defenseless? Once that ball is gone, he's a defenseless player.
No, instead, reset it, and Ball State still knocking on the door. Getting inside of the 10 goes Ashley.
Just when you think you know it all, you don't know it all.
Officials timeout for a defensive injury.
Now here's the question, was the ball spotted before the injury took place? Because if the ball was spotted and then the injury takes place, that's going to be automatically a timeout for Akron. If he goes down and he shows the injury before the ball spotted, then everything's fine. He can get off the field. And
the That's a new rule this year to try to combat the feigning of injuries in the past. Not saying that's what we have here, but you mentioned it. If that ball was spotted prior to Dahl going down, and Dahl does look shaken up.
And I love it, Jason. I love the rule change because it was becoming ridiculous. It wasn't even football anymore. It guys faking like they were hurt when they just didn't think like they could get off the field fast enough to change substitution changes. It just was insane. It became, you know, sort of like WWE in the worst way.
Once again, Kelly looking for the edge, turns on the Jets, got hit. It looked like prior to the pylon, and he is short. Gonna bring up 1st and goal. They did get enough for a first down. Had a chance at the 2 to get a first down. He got to the 1.
How about Melvin Spriggs denying the touchdown? And it's just 2 athletes flying, and Spriggs, that's how you play physical football within the rules, though. Nothing illegal here. That's just a big physical hit and knocking Kelly outside of the white lines to keep him out of the end zone.
Pure effort there. Ball State still knocking on the door, getting it back to a 2-possession game. Akron standing tall, though. There are flags out.
Illegal substitution. 12 men on defense. Phillies half distance to the goal. First out.
That defender ran on late.
Yeah. You mentioned it off the top. Still on pace for maybe back-to-back weeks with 10 penalties. You can't tell really on your screen there, but you see how heavy this wind is blowing with some of the guys who have the towels on. You see good angle there.
It's a great
shot. The pylon, great shot from our crew. And the flags are flying, and the rain is coming down now.
Defensively, you don't have to worry about hard count. They're going to go on first sound.
Trying to squeak this one in there. Looks like it's short again.
See, and just to finish the point about the hard count, it's not worth trying a hard count to gain a few inches offensively when you're risking giving up 5 yards. So here, just understanding the game, the situation, where you are as a defensive lineman, you can anticipate that they're going to go on quick sound or on 1. You just can be, if you get a good jump here, anticipating it, not guessing, but anticipating, you can get yourself in the backfield and get a TFL.
2nd and goal this time. Kelly keeps it as an open lane. His 3rd rushing touchdown today.
When the quarterback of the opposing team is the best athlete on the field, you have got to be on the details of pass rush lanes. You've heard me say it multiple times today, and it has been an issue multiple times. Watch the bottom of your screen. Kelly's going to feel there's no contain. Where's the contain? That's an easy. He's literally jogging for a touchdown. Mind you, it's an important touchdown. And he's jogging for it because there's nobody containing him and keeping him in the pocket.
Capped off 9 plays, 75 yards to put him back in front by 2 possessions.
Timeout.
It took 4 minutes and 41 seconds. First time ever for Kyle Kelly with 3 rushing touchdowns in 1 game.
We're back in Muncie, 2-possession ball game now, 10-point game. Let's see how we got there. Take a look at number 50, Javon Frazier. He should be going straight upfield once he realizes pass. Let it run. Watch him bury himself inside. No, you can get back outside. I don't care who the quarterback is. You got to contain him. But when you got a dynamic athlete like Kelly who will kill you with his legs, that's just like stealing there. He feels there's nobody to his outside and literally jogs to a 2-possession lead.
The second time they've held a 2-possession lead in this half. Prior time, Akron answered, made it a 3-point game. Can they do that again here? We've seen quick drives from both sides, and the students not letting the weather deter them from the shirtless afternoon. No longer a sunny afternoon in Muncie, but a gray one with rain coming down, just adding to the dramatic theatricality of this MAC clash between two teams that are used to playing close games against one another.
Now, if you're Ben Finley and this entire Akron offense, you can't feel the pressure of being down 2 possessions. There's plenty of time. So no scoreboard watching, just keep playing your game. Execution, catch the football when the ball's there, and you will be fine.
Jeff Knowles, the defensive coordinator, down on the sideline underneath that wind. And it will be Akron coming out, going into the wind. So you wonder how that affects the passing game for Finley, who's been very accurate today. Short throw, takes what's given. That's been the theme. And a good run after the catch there. Sean Patrick, 14 yards.
In fresh legs. One of the fastest guys on the field. His legs are fresh because Jordan Gant doing the heavy lifting on the inside running. But you talked about Finley going through his progressions. So often young quarterbacks don't understand taking the check down and what they can do for you, but Finley is not one of those.
Hand it off again. Patrick this time. His fresh legs paying off big time because you've had a good dose of Jordan Gant at running back. Now Patrick's been the one to get the bulk of the carries of late.
And we talked about this many times. Running the football is like body punches. And now these body punches are starting to pay off in the fourth quarter on the legs of the defenders of Ball State.
Sets up second and short, opens the playbook right back to Patrick. Another first down right into the defense, another body punch there.
So if you're Ball State defensively, you're seeing what's happening. Okay, so Akron is recommitting themselves to the run game. Can I continue to try to stop this with a 7-man box? At some point, you're thinking that a safety will have to get involved to slow this run game down.
Finley to throw this time, has a target downfield. It is Polk complete very quickly. Down inside of the 25 goes this Akron offense.
Again, they're putting Michael Gravely Jr. in a bind with this corner route. Look at the top of your screen. The defender on the hash, he's got to read it faster, Jason. He stays in his back pedal too long. And that just makes it too easy on the corner route. You've got to read the route and get yourself over there when you're a too deep defender. You got to be as deep as the deepest and wide as the widest. He stayed on the hash too long.
There's a gain of 25 on the last play. Akron looking for a quick answer. Marching downfield, they put Gant in at running back. This time after the last 2 carries for Patrick.
So in boxing, you got a left jab and a right hand, right? The great boxers can throw all the punches with both hands. Well, you got 2 options here. You've got Patrick, who's the fast guy, the lightning, and this is the thunder, if you will, with Gant. And you see he does not shy away from contact, and you see how many players it takes to get him down. Not that they got him down, actually. They actually had to blow the whistle. They never got him down.
14 carries, 79 yards for Gant. Ball State sideline really trying to direct their guys to get in the right position. Finley will hand it off. Gant slipped. Was able to emerge and get inside the 10.
I think it's important now. You see his first and goal now. I think it's important to show some love to this offensive line. These guys have been excellent today, especially in the run game. And this is the type of game they love. They've got this defense on their heels. They love to go forward more than backward. And so now we're going to recommit ourselves to running the football. Yeah, I'm all in for that.
7:33 left, first and goal.
Be a full timeout on the field. Game clock operator, please reset
Akron
the game
uses
clock.
their first timeout. Gonna be a fun finish here. You see the conditions, which are really kind of making this Akron drive all the more impressive right now, because they've been going into this sideways rain that's been going since the midway stages of the third quarter. A lot of weather around the state of Indiana over the last few hours, and it has found its way to Muncie for this final 7:34 of the fourth quarter. 35 points, the most Ball State has scored this season. Akron trying to make it a three-point game if they can. Finley will step up. He does not care about any hit he's taken today, just wants this win so badly. Time not in his favor at the moment.
Not a guy we associate with attacking the line of scrimmage, but he's had some great scrambles today. I'm not too sure about the quarterback design runs, though. And when he's getting hit by two defenders with no lead blocker, I think you want to stay away from those.
We do associate him with toughness. Got out of the way of Gant to try to cut inside the 5, got to the 1.
What a great cut by Gant, though. There was nothing going front side. And we talked about his physicality and how tough a runner he is, but he said he likes to press the line of scrimmage before making his cut. And you saw a great example of that there.
Ball State player down right near the goal line there. Coach Yoromovich will come out onto the field. Didn't catch the number of the player who went down there in the Ball State secondary. I think that looks like that might be Joey Stemler, who was such a key cog in this defense. That's their 5th-year senior leader, Mike linebacker, who wears the green dot. To get the coach to player communication, that's how much they trust him to receive that information from the sideline. Guy who's been so consistent along with Alfred Shea at the linebacker spot. He wasn't a full-time starter for really all of these years. It kind of had different roles, and it wasn't really until year 4 that he was a full-time starter in the defense, and really embodies Ball State football, having been here every year of his career. And good to see him get up. A little gimpy. You wonder if he can come back at a key stage in this game.
Never seen Mac football before. This is a quintessential.
Is suspended for lightning in the area.
I'll hold that thought.
Mother Nature says hold that thought. 25-35, and lightning in the area will clear the stadium and put it into a delay for now. He's in the area, hoping that down this final 6:52 it wouldn't creep into the finish, but it will, and create a dramatic pause here in this matchup where you have Akron knocking right on the door of making it a one-score game.
This is essentially another halftime. Now, hopefully it doesn't go that long, but this is where now coordinators and staff can come together and start to create adjustments on the fly that may show up in this fourth quarter. Is it, do we need to change what we're doing, change protections, or is it just more of the same? This is working, this is not. Having conversations with your quarterback, having conversations with your green dot on defense. What are we seeing? What can we adjust?
Well, Taoka, they'll talk those things over, and due to inclement weather once again and lightning in the area, we will step away for now and keep you posted, hopefully sooner rather than later, to get this game back in action, because it has been a good one. Akron right on the doorstep at 3rd and goal, trying to make this a one-possession game, but they'll have to wait to attempt to do that until we come back from this lightning delay here on ESPN+. All right, welcome back. About 59 minutes since the last snap in this football game due to the lightning delay. 35-25, Ball State leads it, but Akron knocking on the door and Joe Moorhead back out, trying to get re-geared up for his team as they were just trying to stay loosened up these last 58 minutes. The last time we had a snap. Jason Ross Jr., Tauka Jackson with you. Thanks for sticking around with us. Fans starting to filter back into the stadium here in Muncie. A lengthy homecoming day rolls on, Tauka. Question is, how do you now mentally regroup and reset? Key juncture in this game, by the way, about 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Akron's going to have now goal to go to try to make this a one-possession game.
Yeah, I think what happens is it starts physically in the locker room, making sure you're loosened up, get warmed up again, but you got to warm up mentally and emotionally. You got to find a way to get back in that space where you can run through a wall. Which team can get to that mental space? They'll get warmed up physically. They'll get stretched out. They'll get the hydration and all that. But it's the mental game that's going to carry them in the last, 6 minutes of this game? That's going to make the difference.
We'll take a look at everything that happened prior to this now hour-long delay. In the second half, we've had a few different lead changes. Ball State has carried a 10-point lead now twice in this football game. There's Quay Ashley, who has been very key for the offense. His big run, 69 yards. And then Kyle Kelly, who's been phenomenal, finding Gross there, his tight end. Ben Finley in this back-and-forth QB battle. Polk on the reception. The quick answer. And then Kelly has used his feet 3 times today to find the end zone. First ever career game with 3 rushing touchdowns for him.
We talked about getting ready to play the second half from a player's point of view. But not second half, excuse me. It was so long a break, Jason, we call it a second half.
Stretch back out.
It's kind of a third half, if you will. But the point is that during the delay, I talked about just before the teams went in, what adjustments can these staffs come up with? I think you got to solve the Kyle Kelly problem if you're Akron. And then offensively for Akron, can you continue to be efficient running the football? Because if you can, you've got the trigger man that can get it done through the air with play action pass.
Well, 59 minutes since the last snap, a huge one to begin, like Tauka said, kind of the third portion of this football game. It is 3rd and goal, trying to make it a one-possession game. And with the mentality and how it's been, you'd think 4-down territory here. Gant, he got stopped. Did not get in. Now 4th and goal.
Here's another thing you got to adjust to as a player. The stands is a little bit lighter, right? And so you can't allow the lower voices in the stands, the lower bodies in the stands to affect your intensity. You got to bring your own self-started intensity in order to finish this game off right. And we got a goal line situation to check that heart and see who's ready to play right off the bat.
They're going to opt to take the field goal, try to make it a 7-point game. Had gone for it multiple times on 4th down today. Instead, they'll go for the field goal here, which hasn't been a guarantee, and the ball has been wet. Good sequence of events there, leading the 3 going on the board for Shuram. Procedure was good, and it is back to a one-possession game. But 7 points separating them, and nothing separating the series history. These teams 12-12-1 all time. 26th meeting, first though since 2021, so very new rosters, new coaches since that last meeting. 5:47 left. Now it's up to the Akron defense to get a stop.
How about the Akron kickers saying, you know what, coach, you can have confidence in me. You know, maybe they missed a couple early on, but they've come through today, and this has been a full team effort on both sides of this field today. Outstanding play, a lot of hard hitting. We've had more penalties than we expected. Other than that, though, it's been a clean game, well played, hard hitting, physical MAC matchup.
Weatherly back to receive along with TJ Horton. Can never really guarantee in this game how long a drive is going to be. It's been a wide variety of different drives down the field, quick and long today. Akron not worried about that right now. They just need a stop. And then you got the 2 timeouts and a 2-minute timeout to try to get Ben Finley and the offense back out there. And a running lane opened up here. Big Big opportunity for Ball State on special teams. It's Horton down the sideline. T.J. Horton to the house. 89 yards at the biggest of moments.
Wow. Clearly, he had the juice. Did you see the speed at the end of that deal? Unbelievable. We talk about how do you score touchdowns on kickoff return. Usually you need your return man to make one guy miss, but the blocking there was unbelievable. He saw a crease, he took that crease and had the speed to go all the way. I can't wait to see this replay because I think he was escorted with a great job by Eric Weatherly to shield off the one guy, the one cover man who could have made that tackle. I think Weatherly saved the day by shielding him so that Horton could finish the game, the play off.
And was that the play that could potentially be the nail in the coffin? Still a lot of time left, 5.5. But you couldn't have picked a better time if you're a Ball State fan for this 89-yard return from T.J. Horton.
No question about it. Look at the blocking. Didn't have to make a guy miss. He just had to take the crease. Now look at number 3 in the middle of your screen, shield off, because there was an angle right there. I think that there was an opportunity there for the cover man to catch up to Horton. See, he's got a chance there, but look at Weatherly work off, and it doesn't do anything stupid, just gets in front of him, doesn't create the penalty. How often do you see guys get blocked in the black in that situation? Smart football play by Weatherly. Excellent speed by Horton to make it an all-the-way play. Wow.
Season high, 42 points for Ball State. And T.J. Horton, the latest brand of electricity on special teams. Akron in need of a very quick answer now.
They said he was a home run hitter. I mean, that's what they told us. Dynamic player, but we saw it there.
Now how quick can Ben Finley and Akron answer after they got the score to make it a one-possession game? After we came back from the 59-minute lightning delay. But then on the ensuing kickoff, Horton goes 89 yards, and all of a sudden, 42-28, largest lead for Ball State. Moorhead, the head coach who calls the plays. This QB, Ben Finley's been great. 263, 3 touchdowns. Really poised today. You could argue his best game of the season. But he trots out here with the clock not being too friendly right now.
So the emergence of Sean Patrick in this second half, they've been able to get Patrick and Gant going. Do they have the discipline to still try to run the football as the clock gets under 5 minutes?
Finley, quick throw. Timing just off that time with Miles Walker. Trying to make up some chunks through the air at this point.
Yeah, you called it. He let that thing go early. If you're going to anticipate it that early, it better be pinpoint accuracy, and he just couldn't get the ball to where the receiver was breaking. It's okay to throw it early, and Walker was not out of his break. That's fine, but you better have the meeting point between ball and receiver perfectly set up, and it just didn't happen on that one. In this situation, Jason, normally they would run the football here. Curious to see if they come back with it.
Finley will throw it, has a completion on the sideline. Able to connect over there with Tim Greer Jr., 4th catch of the day, 4-4 in white. And he can hear some of this homecoming crowd still left over from the lightning delay, trying to make their voices felt.
Yeah, fewer bodies, but they're louder bodies.
Echoing throughout the stadium here on what's been a day game turned to a night game. 5:15 to go in it. Finley again on the drop back. Finley will go over the middle, wants it down the seam, out of the reach that time of Miles Walker.
He's feeling the heat in that pocket. If you take a look at his feet, so much of being accurate as a quarterback is about your lower body. People think it's about the arm strength and this and that. But watch the feet of Ben Finley. You tell me if they get set. They don't. He's throwing the football with at least 1 foot in the air. That is not the lower body position that you want to throw an accurate ball.
You're right back up the middle this time in the run game. It is Gant. Clock will naturally, though, start to wind.
So that is, to me, not a crazy call. Why? Because you're probably in 4-down territory anyway. The defense is in full pass rush mode. Go ahead and get one of your dynamic running backs the ball. He picks up 5. Now you're 3rd and manageable.
3rd and 5 at a stage in the game now where you're definitely thinking 4-down territory. They go to the outside on the flats. Kyan Mason, their explosive guy in space, trying to get out of a shoelace tackle and couldn't. So this should bring up 4th and inches.
Jamad Harmon, excellent job of tackling. It just felt and you looked like, boy, the receiver, Kyan Mason, was going to wiggle free and get that 1st down, but Harmon with a short tackle. Great job of not overrunning it. Came to balance, stayed inside out, and tackled that leg. Beautiful job. That's a coaching clinic right there of how to play inside out, open field tackling without overrunning the football. Look out for the quarterback run game.
They brought the tight end Kravik in motion to block for Gant on 4th down. It is going to be very close.
I saw at least a 2nd and 3rd effort by Gant. I'm not sure if he got it or not, and he did.
If there was a 3rd effort, it's enough for a 1st down.
Wow.
Quick snap. Finley steps up. He wants Polk. 1-on-1 and incomplete. Joe Lewis back on the coverage that time on a big play downfield that doesn't result in anything.
See, that's the difference between a Ben Finley and a Kyle Kelly. When he breaks contain, he's looking to get the ball deep. He's looking to throw the football. Kelly is looking to attack the line of scrimmage and make the big play with his legs. Both of them can be very effective, and they have been today.
Brings up 2nd and 10 with 3:25 left. Pressure on the way. Got that away. Picked off, though. And heading back the opposite direction. Roman Pearson with the INT and maybe a game-sealing pick.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Pressure creates diamonds, but it also bursts pipes. Again, take a look at the feet of Ben Finley. He can't get comfortable. He can't set his feet. He's continuing to back up, throws it off his back foot, and the ball just hangs up. And that's a great interception by Pearson. And why do I say great interception? How often do you see defensive backs especially drop passes right in their hands? As the old adage is that defensive backs are not receivers because they can't catch. Well, that does not fit Roman Pearson's skill set.
Saw it earlier. That was a great interception from Pearson, and now his group will try to just run out the rest of this clock.
We talked about this pass rush of Ball State. We talked about Nathan Voris and he being the #1 sack artist in the country, but it's not just about the sacks, it's about the pressure as well. That constant pressure, and even when you don't get there, the quarterback is feeling it. Even when the pressure's not there, the quarterback thinks he feels it. Really smart now, being methodical, taking your time, understanding that the ball should not be snapped until you're well under 5 seconds on the play clock.
Give it to Ashley, who cuts back up the middle and bleeds some more time off this clock. It's going to wind down to the 2-minute timeout.
Timeout, Akron. Their second charge timeout of the half. It'll be a 30-second timeout.
Akron uses one, knowing they've got the 2-minute timeout coming up after this 3rd and 7 play.
And he saves 20 seconds with that decision. I think that's good value for a timeout. So that's a smart timeout. And as you said, you got the 2-minute timeout coming.
This game has extended the day around the MAC. This is next week on ESPN+. Western Michigan taking on Miami. That should be a really good game. UMass, Central Michigan, Bowling Green, Kent State, Akron, Buffalo. UMass coming up with their first win today against Buffalo in dramatic fashion.
Welcome them back to the MAC.
Yep, Central Michigan with a win over Bowling Green today. Ball State, this Ball State group will head on the road to DeKalb to play Northern Illinois. Couple of dance moves from Kelly, who hangs onto the ball. That's still a priority right now.
Cover loss.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
(42-28), 2 minutes to go. By the way, we were too late. Not late enough checking that UMass-Buffalo game. It was Buffalo with the late score after it looked like UMass had sealed it. So UMass remains winless. 0-7 now, trying to bounce back next week. And here, Ball State trying to get a second MAC win. They would also get halfway home to bowl eligibility if they can get a win today. Trying to close it out. They'll punt this at the 2-minute timeout. Akron brought some people after it. Sean Patrick awaiting this punt. And this will roll into the end zone. Took an odd stumble on the sleek turf. Lucky it didn't hit him there.
Yeah, it's a disaster.
Now down to one timeout with 1:50 to go. They need a quick score and an onside kick.
Yeah, so we talked about in the last series, the run game could still be a part of what you call at this point, in this area in the field, with a minute 50 left. I think no. If you can hit a big shot downfield and get on the +20 going in, yeah, that brings the running game back into it. But at this point, you're in full throw mode, and that is a tough proposition against a pass rush like Ball State's.
Quick catch on the sideline there. Complete to Marcel Williams. Gets out of bounds smartly. Gain of 11.
For Ball State, you cannot let the ball get behind you. You will allow the ball to be caught in front of you. That's fine. You got a 14-point lead, but nothing gets behind you defensively.
Quick snap, and that is intercepted. Back-to-back possessions with an INT. This one is JoJo Lewis, and this one will definitely seal the deal. 42-28, and that should be the one that wraps it.
Yeah, I don't think he saw him, Jason. He threw it right into the breadbasket. Appeared to be zone coverage to me, and I'm just not sure that Ben Finley saw Joedric Lewis. They call him JoJo. Nice move. Well, I think what happened was I think Kravac kind of slowed down on the rod. He throttled it down, and I think Finley expected him to keep coming across the field with speed, and that's just a miscommunication.
You're right, because there wasn't much hesitation in terms of where he was throwing that football.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And a lot of times in zone coverage, you definitely want to sit down in zones. You don't want to run through zones because you're running the coverage. And so, I can't say that Kravac was wrong for throttling down. He had open space. It's just a quarterback and his tight end, backup tight end, taking over for, again, Jake Newell we talked about before, but a backup tight end and a quarterback not being on the same page.
Now it's victory formation time for the Cardinals on homecoming night. You really can't say enough about this Ball State group. If you put into context the fact that they have 42 points on the board, a season high. Teoka, they just lost 42-0 last week.
Yeah.
So you flip the script, put up 42 of your own after having 42 dropped on you in a shutout loss. As resilient as you can get. And Akron scored out of the 59-minute lightning delay to make it a one-possession game. Then the 89-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. That is the highlight you'll be looking back on from this homecoming if you're a Ball State fan. They put them up by 2 possessions. They didn't look back after that. You can make it 4 straight homecoming victories, and the first homecoming victory under Mike Romovich, who has watched his team really develop week by week. Teoka had the chance to watch them against Purdue week 1. They were shut out that week, and they have matured so much since August 30th. Fast forward to October 18th. They'll head to Northern Illinois next week. A Huskies team that's struggling. And when you talk to people around here, they say the opportunities now to really take advantage of these next 3-4 weeks had to start today as they take the delay of game.
Akron.
And they really did a job today to get the party started, hopefully for the second half of the season.
And you mentioned taking on the chin 42-0. That's bad. I mean, let's be honest about it. And I asked Coach you about it. How do you prepare your team after a loss like that? And he said, listen, coming off a win or loss, we got to have the mentality that football is 12.
Akron has elected to not take a 10-second subtraction.
You have to reset that clock, I believe. But he talked about football is 12 one-game seasons. So that means after every game, you got to take what you can get from it and then clear it and move on to the next one. Obviously, losing 42-0 and coming up and putting 42 on the board, they did a great job of that today.
43 new players this year. Took time to develop the chemistry. Today they put up 42 big points. Coach Romovich will head off happy. A game that had its roller coaster ride type of nature, including a 59-minute lightning delay. The fans snuck back in, made their voices felt to close it out later than anticipated. Doesn't change how big the smiles will be after this one for Ball State. So, okay, it was a blast. Great job from our crew behind the scenes, everyone in the truck. You were phenomenal. Our producer, David Harris, director, James Andrews, Rema on graphics, everyone behind the scenes did an amazing job. For Teoka Jackson, I'm Jason Ross Jr. saying so long from a rainy night in Muncie.